Al yo, Paula Lestrade.
Ik heb me nog nooit zo ellendig gevoeld. En het is mijn zus, die in Vlot in de Capelle woonde. Ik belde haar op om te vertellen wat me was overkomen. En een vriend van mij, die hebben me eigenlijk opgevangen. Mijn zwager en mijn zus uit de Capelle. Dus die zei, kom naar me toe.
Yo, Bralito. Nee. Shit, heb ik internet. Je belt de koekoek.
the early hours of October 28, 1938, thousands of Jews were taken from their homes across Germany with precise instructions: 1 small suitcase and 10 Reichsmarks per person. The Gestapo carried out the operation simultaneously throughout the Reich, just before Poland invalidated the passports of its Jewish citizens living abroad. More than 12,000 people were transported by train to the border. There, they discovered there was nowhere to go. Poland refused them entry, Germany would not allow them to return, and entire families were left stranded near Zwart without homes and with documents that were now worthless. Among those affected was the Greenspan family. Their son Herschel, who was living in Paris, received the news and shot the German diplomat Ernst von Rath. The Nazi regime turned the incident into a collective accusation against the Jewish population, and in Munich, Joseph Goebbels gave the political signal that allowed the violence to be portrayed as a spontaneous public reaction. Just a few days later, the regime's logic was laid bare in the streets. Firefighters responded to burning synagogues, but not to extinguish the flames. Instead, they surrounded the burning buildings and protected only the neighboring properties that did not belong to Jews. The state then imposed a collective fine of 1 billion Reichsmarks on the victims themselves, forcing them to pay for the destruction inflicted upon their businesses, homes, and communities. In this documentary, we will explain how an expulsion carefully orchestrated by the Reich became the pretext for unleashing the terrifying night of broken glass. The final trigger, the Nazi trap. In the autumn of 1938, 18,000 Jews of Polish nationality were living on German soil. Some had lived there for decades. Many had been born in Germany, spoke German as their native language, and had built their lives in German cities over generations. They owned businesses, property, and had children attending German schools. To the Nazi regime, however, their presence represented an unresolved administrative problem, and in the autumn of 1938, it decided to settle it once and for all. The trigger came from Warsaw. Throughout that year, the Polish government had announced that in October, the passports of its citizens residing abroad would become invalid unless they were renewed with a special stamp issued directly by Polish consulates. The measure was driven by the Polish government's internal political calculations, aimed at preventing thousands of Jews expelled from Germany from returning to Poland with valid documents. Berlin quickly recognized the opportunity. If Poland invalidated the passports of those Jews before Germany deported them, Warsaw would be under no legal obligation to accept them. But if Germany acted first, before the deadline expired, it could force them toward the border before Poland had legal grounds to refuse them. The German Ministry of the Interior set the operation in motion immediately. On the night of October 27th to 28th, 1938, the Gestapo carried out simultaneous raids across the Reich. Men, women, and children were taken from their homes in the middle of the night with no time to prepare or even understand what was happening. The instructions were identical throughout the country: 1 small suitcase and 10 Reichsmarks per person. Everything else was left behind. Those arrested were loaded onto trains and transported for hours to the border crossings with Poland. In a single night, the operation affected more than 12,000 people, coordinated with a level of precision that revealed it had been planned in secret for weeks. What they found upon reaching the border was a dead end. The Polish authorities closed the crossing and refused to admit the deportees into Polish territory. German guards, under orders not to allow anyone back, forced them forward. 12,000 people became trapped in the strip of land between the two countries, in makeshift camps hastily established near the town of Zwart. The barracks were far too small to accommodate so many people. During the first days, many slept outdoors in temperatures that already signaled the approach of winter. Food arrived only sporadically, provided by Polish Jewish organizations acting on their own initiative, while the two governments negotiated without reaching a solution. Weeks later, thousands of people were still stranded there, unable to move forward or return, waiting for a diplomatic resolution that never came. Among those deported was the Greenspan family. Sendel Greenspan had emigrated from Poland to Germany in 1911, when he was a young man with no resources and little hope for a future in his country of origin. In Hanover, he had built a life from nothing: a small tailor shop, a family, and a routine that had endured for nearly 3 decades. On the night of October 27th, the Gestapo came to his door. Sendel, his wife Rivka, and their daughter Esther were taken, along with thousands of their neighbors, to the trains waiting at the station. Just a few hours later, they found themselves in Zbonchim, without a home or a business. From there, Sendel wrote a postcard to his son describing what had happened. It was the only thing he could do. His son Herschel was not with them because he had been living in Paris for the previous 2 years, without legal status, under the care of a man residing in the city. He was 17 years old, had no steady job, no valid papers, and his situation in France had been precarious from the very beginning. When he received his family's postcard in early November, he learned in just a few lines what had happened to his parents and sister. The description of the conditions in Zbonchim was clear enough. Herschel Greenspan left his uncle's home, walked through several streets in the Marais district and entered a gun shop, where he purchased a 6.35mm revolver and a box of ammunition. He then took the metro to Rue de Lille and went to the German embassy, asking to speak with the ambassador. An official escorted him to the office of the third secretary, Ernst von Rath, a 29-year-old German diplomat who had been posted to Paris 2 years earlier. What Herschel did not know was that von Rath appeared in the Gestapo's own files as someone suspected of anti-Nazi sympathies, discreetly monitored by the very regime he represented abroad. As von Rath stood up to greet him, Herschel drew the revolver and fired 5 shots. Von Rath collapsed, critically wounded, but Herschel made no attempt to flee. He remained in the office until the French police arrived, still holding the weapon, with a note written in German in his pocket, explaining that his act was one of revenge on behalf of the Jews persecuted by the Reich. Von Rath was rushed to the hospital. From the outset, the doctors treating him believed his chances of survival were slim. News of the assassination attempt reached Berlin within hours and quickly spread throughout the Nazi chain of command. The regime immediately decided to send 2 of Hitler's personal physicians to Paris to care for the wounded diplomat, a gesture that transformed von Rath into a symbolic German martyr even before his death. From the very first moment, Nazi propaganda began shaping the incident into the story of a premeditated Jewish crime against the German people. November 9th was a date of enormous significance in the Nazi Party's calendar. Every year, the party's senior leadership gathered in Munich to commemorate the 1923 Beer Hall Putsch, the failed coup in which Hitler had attempted to seize power 15 years earlier, an effort that had ended with several of his comrades killed by the Bavarian police. It had become an almost liturgical celebration, an annual ritual that brought together the old guard of the movement in the very place where it had all begun. That evening, Hitler, Goebbels, Himmler, Heydrich, and the party's leading officials were gathered at the Bürgerbräukeller, while von Rath lay dying in a Paris hospital. News of his death arrived during the gathering. Hitler received it in private and held a brief conversation with Goebbels off to one side of the hall. Exactly what they said was never recorded, but the outcome of that exchange became evident within minutes. Instead of stepping up to deliver the annual speech everyone expected, Hitler stood, quietly left the hall and said nothing publicly. It was an unusual gesture, one that his closest associates understood immediately. The Führer did not want his name to be directly linked to what was about to happen. Authorization had been given behind closed doors. Public responsibility would fall on others. It was then that Joseph Goebbels took the podium. The Minister of Propaganda had spent months in a politically vulnerable position within the Nazi leadership. A personal scandal involving a Czech actress had deeply angered Hitler and weakened Goebbels' influence over the regime's decision-making. That night, standing before the SA commanders assembled in Munich, he saw an opportunity to restore his standing and prove his value to the Führer in the most decisive way possible. He delivered a fiery speech in which he portrayed von Rath's death as a deliberate crime committed by international Jewry against Germany. He declared that the outrage of the German people in the face of such a provocation was both understandable and justified. He added that the party would not organize any response, but neither would it stand in the way of whatever spontaneous actions might arise among the population. The SA commanders in the hall understood the message perfectly. Before Goebbels had even finished speaking, some had already stepped into the corridor to make telephone calls. From Munich, verbal instructions began flowing throughout every region of the Reich via the paramilitary chain of command. The orders were never put into writing, They were passed on verbally in coded language from one level of command to the next. The message was the same everywhere. That very night, actions were to begin across the Reich against the Jewish population and their property. Synagogues were to be set on fire, Jewish businesses were to be destroyed. The Jews were to receive a message that left no room for interpretation. Heydrich, who was monitoring the situation from Berlin, sent additional and more detailed instructions to the Gestapo and the SS during the early hours of the evening. His orders specified that under no circumstances were non-Jewish German citizens or the property of foreign nationals living in Germany to be harmed. The records and documents of Jewish communities were to be confiscated before any destruction took place, preserving the information the Gestapo required. Jewish men in good physical condition, especially those who owned property or possessed financial resources, were to be arrested that same night and transferred to the concentration camps at Dachau, Buchenwald, and Sachsenhausen. The violence, however, was not to be chaotic. It would have specific targets, clearly defined objectives, and an operational logic designed from the highest levels of the regime. The following day, German newspapers would report that the people, spontaneously outraged by the death of the German diplomat, had expressed their anger in a natural and understandable way. They would claim that no authority had organized anything, and that the reaction had arisen from below, from the streets, from the wounded national conscience of the German people. The first panes of glass shattered just a few hours later. The most brutal Nazi pogrom in history. On the night of November 9th to 10th, 1938, Germans living near Jewish neighborhoods were awakened by a sound they did not immediately recognize. It was the crash of countless panes of glass shattering at once, a continuous, overwhelming noise coming from several directions at the same time, mixed with the orange glow filtering through their windows from the streets below. Those who looked outside saw groups of men moving among the shattered storefronts of Jewish-owned shops, throwing merchandise onto the sidewalks, overturning furniture, and ripping down signs. On the horizons of cities across Germany, buildings that residents immediately recognized as synagogues were burning. That night, in more than 200 cities and towns throughout the Reich, essentially the same events unfolded. The synagogues were the first targets. Groups mobilized by the SA arrived carrying fuel cans and torches. The doors were forced open, the interiors were looted, and religious objects were thrown into the streets before the buildings were set ablaze. In some cities, the fires began shortly after midnight. In others, they did not start until the early hours of the morning, depending on when the orders arrived and how long local groups needed to organize themselves. Over the course of that night, more than 1,000 synagogues across Germany and Austria went up in flames, many of them completely destroyed. Others were left as little more than scorched stone shells, their facades still standing while their interiors had been reduced to ashes. Fire departments received precise instructions before the fires began. Their mission that night was not to extinguish the burning synagogues, but to prevent the flames from spreading to neighboring buildings owned by non-Jews. Firefighters arrived at the scenes, deployed their hoses, and established protective perimeters around the burning structures to safeguard the adjacent properties, while the synagogues burned to the ground before their eyes. In several cities, residents who tried to approach and watch were pushed back by police officers who had cordoned off the area. The German state managed the fires that night with the same bureaucratic efficiency it applied to every other matter. Jewish cemeteries did not escape the violence. In dozens of towns and cities across the country, groups of men entered Jewish cemeteries during that night and the days that followed, smashing headstones, desecrating graves, and destroying funeral chapels. It was violence with no economic or logistical purpose. Its aim was to erase every trace of Jewish presence in Germany, including the memory of the dead. Berlin and Vienna witnessed some of the most violent scenes of that night. Berlin was home to Germany's largest Jewish community, with more than 170,000 people, while Vienna had become part of the Reich only 8 months earlier, following the annexation of Austria in March 1938, bringing Austria's large Jewish population under Nazi rule. In both cities, the size of the mobilized groups and the density of the Jewish population made the pogrom especially brutal. In Berlin's Schönenviertel district, historically inhabited by Jews from Eastern Europe, scenes of destruction continued for hours without any authority intervening to stop them. In Vienna, where popular anti-Semitism had deep and long-standing roots that long predated Nazism, some non-Jewish residents spontaneously joined the SA groups without having received any instructions.
Hier een veernamen. Een vakantie in de open lucht, hier zonder aarzeling met je ogen dicht boeken. Wij beloven dat verzekeren anders kan leren, zonder gedoe en met een lage prijs. Sluit je ook aan voor een eerlijke autoverzekering. Inshared, fully all benefit. Inshared heeft ook een topfietsverzekering. Check een training op inshared.nl.
Adapters en een weerwar van kabels zijn verleden tijd met USB-C. Voor USB-C is vanaf nu niet alleen verplicht voor kleine elektronische apparaten, maar ook voor apparaten als laptops, monitors en notebooks. En dan biedt de USB-C-voeding 65 watt uitkomst voor bijvoorbeeld de uitwekking. Deze is gemakkelijk in een inbouwdoos te integreren, waardoor die naadloos opgaat in je schakelmateriaal. Met ondersteuning voor power delivery en quick charge is de voeding niet alleen geschikt voor snel opladen, maar ook voor permanente stroomvoorziening van laptops, monitors of mini-PC's. En dankzij geïntegreerde bescherming tegen kortsluiting en overknipping biedt de USB-C-voeding maximale veiligheid. Zo kun je alle apparaten in huis betrouwbaar en zorgen dat ze blijven. Anders top. Wil je meer weten? Kijk op push.nl of informeer bij je groothandel.
While synagogues burned and businesses were destroyed, another, more intimate form of violence was unfolding inside Jewish homes across the country. The groups forced their way into apartment buildings, climbed the stairwells, and pounded on doors. In some cases, they simply smashed them down. They ransacked the apartments, shattered furniture, threw dishes onto the floor, tore apart clothing, and took whatever they considered valuable. Families were driven into corners or forced out into the streets in their nightclothes while their belongings were destroyed before their eyes. When the groups finally left and the families returned to their apartments, they found floors covered with broken glass, shattered possessions, and scattered documents. That image, repeated in thousands of homes across Germany throughout the night, gave the events their enduring name: Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. For many Jewish families, what happened that night surpassed anything they had believed possible in Germany in 1938. For 5 years, they had lived under a regime that discriminated against them, impoverished them, and humiliated them through laws and decrees. But until then, persecution had largely been carried out through bureaucratic mechanisms. The direct, physical, collective, and unapologetic violence of that night marked a fundamental escalation, one that many found impossible to endure. In the days that followed, German Jewish communities recorded a significant number of deaths by suicide. Some involved individuals, others involved married couples or entire families who chose not to continue living in a country that had persecuted them in such a way. The exact numbers were never systematically recorded by the German authorities, who had no interest in documenting that aspect of what had taken place. The arrests began alongside the destruction and continued throughout the morning of November 10th. Heydrich's orders were carried out uniformly across the country. Jewish men between the ages of 16 and 60 were to be arrested, with priority given to those who owned property or possessed financial resources. Within hours, local jails and detention centers were overwhelmed. The detainees were gathered in makeshift holding sites, military courtyards, sports halls, and any available space capable of accommodating large numbers of people. From there, they were transported by train to the concentration camps at Dachau, Buchenwald, and Sachsenhausen. In total, between 20,000 and 30,000 Jewish men were imprisoned in those camps during the days following the pogrom. The conditions in which they were received were deliberately degrading: sleep deprivation, forced labor, systematic humiliation, and physical abuse at the hands of SS guards. Most were released in the weeks that followed, on the condition that they commit to leaving Germany as quickly as possible and surrendering their remaining property to the state before their departure. That was the logic behind the internment, not extermination, not yet, but the maximum possible pressure to force emigration. Approximately 7,000 Jewish shops and businesses were looted and destroyed during that night, many of them after having already endured 5 years of boycotts, restrictions, and steadily increasing economic pressure. In small towns and rural communities, the pogrom followed a particular pattern that revealed something deeply unsettling about the nature of organized violence. in places where everyone knew one another, where the Jewish butcher had served the same families for decades, and the Jewish doctor had delivered the children of his neighbors. It was often difficult to find local volunteers willing to destroy the property of people they knew personally. The regime solved the problem with a simple logistical measure. It transferred groups of SA men from other towns to carry out the violence in communities that were not their own. These groups arrived in villages where they knew no one, received instructions identifying their targets, and acted without the psychological restraint that might have come from looking a familiar face in the eye. In several cases documented after the war, these groups arrived already intoxicated or were supplied with alcohol before the attacks began. Geographic distance and alcohol became tools for dissolving whatever inhibitions still remained. What non-Jewish Germans did that night was, for the most part, nothing at all. Some watched from their windows, others stepped outside and observed from a distance. There were also those who felt horror at what they were witnessing, but that horror remained silent. No one organized a protest or stood between the groups and their targets. No association, church, or civic institution issued a public statement condemning the violence that night or in the days immediately afterward. The collective silence of non-Jewish German society was so widespread that it became in itself a form of participation. Those who chose not to protest when they still had the opportunity helped the regime understand, through their silence, that it could continue. By the time dawn broke on November 10th, Germany's streets were covered with shattered glass, ashes, and the wreckage of destroyed belongings. The fathers arrested during the night had disappeared without explanation, taken to destinations their families could not bring themselves to speak of aloud. Heydrich, Goering, and the Nazi plan to expel all Jews. On November 12, 1938, 48 hours after the pogrom, Hermann Goering convened a meeting at the Ministry of Aviation in Berlin, attended by Joseph Goebbels, Reinhard Heydrich, Economics Minister Walter Funk, and several senior state officials. Historians who later examined the minutes of that session described it as the most important meeting ever held within the Nazi regime on what was called the Jewish question. It was not a discussion about whether persecution should continue, but about the instruments to be used and the speed at which it should be carried out. Kristallnacht had demonstrated that German society would not present obstacles. What remained to be defined was the next step. Goering opened the meeting in an irritated tone, directed not at the victims of the pogrom, but at its economic consequences for the German state. The material damage caused that night was immense. Thousands of shattered shop windows, burned buildings, destroyed or looted goods. Much of the broken glass had been imported, meaning a loss of foreign currency that Germany needed to sustain its rearmament program. Goering made it clear that such uncontrolled violence was costly and inefficient. Persecution would continue, but through more orderly mechanisms that were economically beneficial to the Reich. During the meeting, Goering raised the possibility of concentrating Jews in designated areas or subjecting them to even more restrictive living conditions. Heydrich replied that these options had already been considered, and that at some point more radical decisions would have to be taken. The formulation was deliberately vague, but everyone in the room understood what was being implied. The first concrete decision to emerge from the meeting was also the most perverse in legal terms. Goering announced that the damages caused during the pogrom would be repaired by German Jews themselves through a collective fine of 1 billion Reichsmarks. German insurance companies had begun receiving claims from Jewish owners whose businesses and properties had been destroyed, claims that were technically valid under existing contracts. The state intervened to block them. Insurance payments were confiscated by the government, and on top of that, the Jewish community as a whole was imposed with that extraordinary sum as compensation for the damage that the regime itself had organized. The mechanism was so absurd by any conventional legal logic that several officials present at the meeting asked how it could be justified publicly. Goering replied that the explanation was simple. The Jews had provoked the German people's reaction through the killing of von Rath, and therefore they were responsible for bearing the economic consequences of that provocation. The November 12th meeting also established that the coordination of anti-Jewish policy would be concentrated in the hands of the SS under the direct leadership of Reinhard Heydrich. Until then, various agencies of the state, the party and the SS had managed different aspects of persecution in parallel, and sometimes in contradiction with one another. From that moment on, Heydrich was officially placed in charge of directing what the regime called the solution of the Jewish question, with authority over all other involved institutions. He was a 34-year-old man, cold, methodical, and without any of the ambiguities still present in some of the older Nazi leadership. Under his direction, anti-Jewish policy would cease to be a collection of scattered measures and become a structured process with defined objectives and deadlines. Forced emigration was the immediate goal. What would come after emigration was not yet formally written in official documents, but Heydrich already had it in mind. In the weeks and months following the pogrom, the regime's legislative machinery produced a wave of decrees that completed the exclusion of Jews from virtually every sphere of German life. From January 1939 onward, all Jewish shopkeepers lost their business licenses. Jews were excluded from public libraries, restaurants, theatres, cinemas, swimming pools, and most shared public spaces. They were forbidden from driving automobiles. Their use of public transportation was restricted to certain hours. Banking institutions were instructed to limit their transactions with Jewish clients. The design of these measures was not driven by any logic of public safety, but by a systematic objective to make everyday life in Germany so unbearable for Jews that emigration would cease to be an option and become the only possible escape. That same month, one of the most deliberately humiliating decrees of the period came into effect. All Jewish men in Germany were required to add the name Israel to their legal name, and all Jewish women were required to add the name Sarah. The measure responded to a specific concern of the regime. Jews with conventional German names could move through society without being immediately identified as Jews, which the regime considered an unacceptable form of concealment. With the imposed names, any official document, any letter, any administrative procedure would reveal the Jewish identity of its holder. It was a way of making on paper what the yellow star would later make visible in the streets, although the public wearing of the star was not introduced in Germany until 1941. The principle of labeling, however, had already been fully established. Identify, mark, and separate. The expulsion of Jewish children from German public schools had begun before Kristallnacht, but after November 1938 it was completed definitively and without exceptions. School principals were instructed to inform Jewish students and their families that they were not to return. In some cases, the message was reduced to a notice posted on the school door. In others, teachers informed their students in the classroom in front of all the other children that from that day on they could no longer attend. Those who experienced it later recalled the way their classmates reacted to those moments. Some looked away, others physically distanced themselves from the Jewish students, as if the principal's order had reassigned them to a different category of human being. Several survivor testimonies later described this sudden distancing by lifelong classmates as one of the most difficult blows to endure, even more painful than the expulsion itself. The same occurred in universities and professional environments. Professors who had shared departments for decades with Jewish colleagues saw them disappear overnight, without anyone organizing a protest or asking for explanations aloud. In some cases, colleagues themselves had facilitated the process by denouncing Jewish peers to the authorities or signing declarations confirming their racial status for the regime's records. German university departments of physics, chemistry, medicine, and law lost within a few years some of Europe's most distinguished researchers, many of whom continued their careers in the United States, Great Britain, and other countries that received them. In this way, Germany inadvertently financed the scientific development of its future enemies. Behind every decree, exclusion and confiscation, stood a generation of young civil servants who managed persecution with the same professional detachment with which they would have handled any other administrative file. They were statisticians calculating how many Jews remained in each district, urban planners designing restricted residential zones, lawyers drafting decrees with technical precision, and economists assessing how much property could be transferred to the state without collapsing entire sectors of the German economy. Many of them were not ideological fanatics in the conventional sense. They were ambitious officials who had found in the persecution of Jews an opportunity for career advancement in a context of full employment, where the most desirable positions became available as their Jewish holders were expelled. The banality with which they managed the process was in itself one of the most effective mechanisms of the system. The ideological fuel that kept the machinery of persecution running came in large part from the pages of Der Stürmer, the anti-Semitic weekly newspaper directed by Julius Streicher, which had been published since 1923 and reached a circulation of several 100,000 copies during the 1930s. The newspaper combined pseudoscientific articles about the alleged racial inferiority of Jews with crude caricatures depicting them with exaggerated features and threatening expressions, always cast as conspirators, swindlers, or predators. Its pages were distributed in public places, displayed on municipal notice boards, and used as teaching material in some schools. Its purpose was not to persuade the already convinced, but to keep alive within German popular culture a repertoire of images and associations that made it easier to accept what the regime was doing. When neighbors saw their Jewish acquaintances being arrested or expelled, Der Stürmer had already spent years providing them with a mental framework in which such events could appear understandable, or at least not entirely unjustified. By the end of 1938, German Jews had lost their professions, their businesses, their savings, access to public spaces, the right to educate their children alongside other German children, and any legal protection the state could offer them. What remained was the possibility of leaving, but leaving required money, documents, a country willing to receive them, and time. And time, after November 1938, was precisely what the regime had decided it would not give them. The impossible escape. In the weeks following Kristallnacht, the Jewish emigration offices in Berlin, Frankfurt, and Vienna were overwhelmed by lines stretching along the sidewalks before dawn. Entire families waited for hours to obtain information about any country willing to receive them. The pogrom had eliminated any remaining doubt about the direction the regime was taking. Those who had hoped the situation would stabilize, and those who had believed that discriminatory laws were the limit rather than the starting point, understood in November 1938 that they had been wrong. The problem was that recognizing the urgency of leaving did not resolve any of the concrete obstacles that made departure almost impossible. The most significant international response to the pogrom came from Great Britain and took a very specific form. The British government, under pressure from humanitarian organizations and from press coverage of events in Germany, authorized the entry into the country of unaccompanied Jewish minors from the Reich. Without requiring individual visas and without imposing strict numerical quotas, provided that each child was received by a British family or institution willing to take responsibility for them. The program, known in Britain as the Kindertransport, began operating in December 1938 and continued until September 1939, when the outbreak of war brought it to an end. During that period, approximately 10,000 Jewish children traveled by train from Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia to ports in Northern Europe, boarded ships bound for England, and arrived in a country whose language most of them did not speak, to be received by families who, in many cases, had no prior connection to them. The parents who placed their children on those trains made a decision that very few parents can even imagine. They concluded that separating from their children was the only way to keep them safe, and they trusted that the separation would be temporary. Some of the children were 3 or 4 years old. The oldest were not yet 16. On German railway platforms, the farewells were carried out with a forced restraint that survivors decades later described with a clarity that time had not blurred. The parents could not show despair in front of their children because they needed them to board those trains without resistance. Many of those children never saw their parents again. Most of the adults who said goodbye on those platforms were murdered in the years that followed in the extermination camps that the regime had not yet built when the trains departed. The Kindertransport was a genuine humanitarian gesture, but it also clearly illustrated the limits of what the world was willing to do. Great Britain accepted the children, but maintained very restrictive quotas on Jewish adult immigration, both in metropolitan territory and in Palestine, which was under British mandate and the preferred destination for a significant portion of Jewish emigrants. The Evian Conference, held in July 1938, with representatives from 32 countries, specifically convened to address the problem of Jewish refugees from Germany, aided without any concrete commitment from any of the participating nations to increase their admission quotas. The United States kept its immigration quotas unchanged. Australia declared that it had no racial problem and did not wish to import one. Most Latin American countries imposed additional restrictions during those very years. The Soviet Union did not participate in the conference. The outcome of Evian was that the world had been given the opportunity to openly discuss the problem and had decided, with varying degrees of diplomatic politeness, not to solve it. For German Jews attempting to emigrate, obstacles accumulated at every step of the process. Emigration required a valid passport, but from 1938 onward, German Jewish passports were stamped with a red J, identifying their holders as Jews, which many countries used as grounds to deny entry. Emigration required money, but the regime progressively confiscated Jewish assets through special taxes, collective fines such as the one imposed after the pogrom, and the mechanism of forced Aryanization, which compelled Jews to sell businesses and property to non-Jewish buyers at prices far below their real value. Emigration required a destination country willing to issue a visa, but the countries that accepted refugees imposed economic conditions that most German Jews could no longer meet after years of systematic expropriation. The Nazi regime had designed, whether fully consciously or not, a trap in which persecution increasingly made it impossible to meet the very conditions that would have allowed escape from it. On January 30th, 1939, the 6th anniversary of his rise to power, Hitler delivered a speech before the Reichstag that historians would later classify as one of the most important documents for understanding the evolution of Nazi policy toward the Jews. In a passage that he would repeat in later years with notable frequency, Hitler threatened that if international Jewry succeeded in plunging the European nations into a world war, the result would not be the Bolshevization of Europe and the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. The formulation was explicit. It was a public declaration delivered in the German parliament, broadcast by radio throughout the Reich, and reproduced in the international press. European governments heard it and processed it within the usual interpretative framework of exaggerated political rhetoric, without attributing to it any literal predictive value. European Jews who heard it reacted in different ways. Some saw it as the definitive sign that there was no possible future in Europe. Others interpreted it as propaganda intended for domestic German consumption. Neither group at the time had the necessary information to know which of the two readings was correct. What Hitler had in mind at that moment was not solely the persecution of Jews within the borders of the Reich. It was the transformation of Germany into a dominant continental power through the conquest of Lebensraum in Eastern Europe, a concept he had laid out in Mein Kampf 15 years earlier, and which he had not abandoned at any point since. To build that territorial empire, he first needed to eliminate Poland as an independent state, then subjugate or destroy the Soviet Union, and gain control of the vast agricultural territories and natural resources of Eastern Europe. The Jewish question, in this vision, was inseparable from the territorial question. The territories Germany intended to conquer were inhabited by millions of Jews. Any policy the regime developed regarding Jews within Germany would necessarily have to expand and radicalize as Germany advanced eastward. In August 1939, Germany and the Soviet Union signed the non-aggression pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which included a secret protocol in which both powers divided Eastern Europe into spheres of influence. Poland was partitioned. The western half would belong to Germany, the eastern half to the Soviet Union. The pact removed the main diplomatic obstacle Hitler had identified to attacking Poland, the risk of a simultaneous two-front war. With the Soviet rear secured, the German military machine could be fully concentrated in the west. On September 1st, 1939, without a prior declaration of war, more than 1.5 million German soldiers crossed the Polish border, supported by more than 2,000 armoured vehicles and over 1,000 aircraft. The Wehrmacht applied in Poland the same doctrine of rapid, concentrated warfare it had developed in previous years, combining armoured units, tactical aviation, and motorised infantry to break down enemy defences before they could reorganise. The Polish army, which fought with determination in several sectors of the front, lacked both the material resources and the operational doctrine required to withstand such a combination. Great Britain and France declared war on Germany on September 3rd, but neither power launched any significant ground offensive in the west that could relieve pressure on Poland. On September 17th, the Soviet Union invaded Poland from the east, as had been secretly agreed with Berlin. In less than 4 weeks, Poland had ceased to exist as an independent state. The partition of Polish territory had immediate and catastrophic consequences for the Jews living there. Poland was home to the largest Jewish community in Europe, approximately 3.5 million people, representing nearly 10% of the country's total population. The western half, under German control from the first days of October, concentrated around 60% of that population. Between 200,000 and 300,000 Jews living in the German-occupied zone attempted to cross eastward during the first weeks of the occupation, seeking refuge in territory controlled by the Soviets. Some succeeded. Others were detained at border crossings or caught by the German advance before they could escape. Those who reached the Soviet sector encountered extremely harsh living conditions under Stalinist administration, but they survived what was about to unfold on the German side. Polish Jews who fell under Nazi control found themselves in a radically different situation from that of German Jews before 1938. In Germany, persecution had been gradual and had targeted a relatively small community of around 500,000 people, most of whom were highly integrated into German society, spoke German, bore German surnames, and in many cases could not be externally distinguished from the non-Jewish population. Polish Jews numbered more than 3 million, lived in distinct communities with a clearly defined culture, language, and traditions, and inhabited towns and villages where separation between Jews and non-Jews had been the norm for centuries. Orthodox Jews, especially numerous in Poland, were immediately recognizable by their clothing, hats, beards, and side curls. For the German soldiers entering Poland, these men corresponded exactly to the caricatures that Der Stürmer had published for years. It was as if propaganda had become three-dimensional. That visibility had immediate consequences. Ritual humiliations began in the first days of the occupation. Groups of soldiers would stop Jewish men in the street and cut off their beards with scissors or knives, sometimes taking pieces of flesh with them, while photographing the scene to send the images home as souvenirs. In synagogues, German soldiers forced worshippers to dance with Torah scrolls before burning them. Religious books were thrown into the streets and trampled underfoot. These scenes of public humiliation were staged with deliberate theatricality, designed both to degrade the victims and to entertain the perpetrators and the non-Jewish Polish bystanders who witnessed them. But violence in Poland went far beyond humiliation. Behind the German military units advanced the Einsatzgruppen, special SS task forces, whose mission was to physically eliminate those elements the regime considered dangerous in the occupied territory. Political leaders, intellectuals, priests, civil servants, and systematically, Jews. During the first weeks of the occupation, the Einsatzgruppen executed thousands of Jewish civilians in Poland, in some cases gathering the men of an entire town in the village square and shooting them on the spot. These were not improvised operations. They followed instructions issued before the invasion began, and the officers in charge had been specifically selected and trained for this type of mission. Poland became the first territory where the mass murder of Jews turned into a systematic practice of German forces, and it did so from the very first month of the war. Adolf Eichmann, who had developed in Vienna and Berlin the administrative mechanisms for managing the forced emigration of Jews, transferred his experience to the new Polish context. In Poland, the task was no longer to convince or pressure hundreds of thousands of people to emigrate to other countries. It was about moving masses of several million people within a militarily controlled territory with no possible external destination, using the railway network as the main logistical instrument. Eichmann learned in Poland that trains could transport tens of thousands of people under conditions that bore no relation to any standard of human transport, that bureaucracy could process mass deportations with the same efficiency with which it handled any other form of cargo movement, and that civilian populations could be concentrated, registered, and relocated with far less resistance than any prior calculation would have suggested. These lessons would later be applied on a continental scale that in the autumn of 1939 had not yet been fully conceived. The immediate problem the regime faced in Poland was the same one vaguely formulated by Heydrich at the November 12th meeting in Berlin. What to do with such a large Jewish population now living in territory controlled by Germany and with nowhere to go? The regime had no prepared answer to that problem. The right did not need bullets. It locked up 400,000 people and let hunger do the work.
Je hebt espresso-machines. En dan heb je espresso voor Daan, latte voor Marit en plots hebben we het helemaal niet meer over het boek. Espresso-machines. De volautomatische espresso-machine van KitchenAid. Nu met warme en koude koffiedranken van barista kwaliteit. Bij normaal betaal je €1,70 voor portie dus 0%. KBM heeft nu WK-bakkers.
Tijdelijke topdeals om het WK super te maken. Pak de iPhone 17 Pro. Nu een scherpe prijs en met een personaliseerd WK-hoesje. Pak jouw topdeal snel op kbm.com/WK-bakkers.
The Warsaw Ghetto, the largest death camp in history. In the autumn of 1939, the Polish territory under German control was home to more than 2 million Jews for whom the Nazi regime had no defined solution. Emigration, which had been the central pillar of German anti-Jewish policy for 6 years, was no longer a viable option at that scale. No country in the world was willing to absorb 2 million people, and the war that had just begun had closed most of the remaining escape routes. German officials assigned to administer the occupied territories were faced with an administrative problem for which no established protocol existed, and they turned to a solution with historical precedents in medieval and early modern Europe, concentrating the Jewish population in designated areas within cities, physically separating it from the rest of the population, and managing it as a distinct category. The ghettos were the improvisation of an occupation bureaucracy that needed to solve an urgent problem with the tools available to it. The first of the major ghettos was established in Piotrków Trybunalski in October 1939, just weeks after the end of the military campaign. The Watch Ghetto, in the second largest city in Poland, and home to a Jewish community of more than 200,000 people, was sealed in May 1940. The Warsaw Ghetto, the largest of them all, was closed off in November of that same year, trapping more than 350,000 people within an area of just over 3 square kilometers in the heart of the Polish capital. German authorities drew the boundaries of each ghetto according to criteria based on their own logistical needs, not on any consideration of the living conditions of those who would be confined inside. In some cases, the ghetto borders coincided with historically Jewish neighborhoods. In others, the delimitation was entirely arbitrary and forced entire families to leave their homes and relocate within the perimeter within a matter of days. For the German authorities, the ghetto was a temporary measure, a holding area in which to concentrate a problematic population while a final solution was found that at that time had not yet been clearly formulated. Internal documents of the Occupation Administration consistently used this provisional language. The ghettos were described as a transitional phase, a temporary situation, and an emergency measure. What would come next was not written in any official document during those early months, but the logic of the system was pushing in a direction that some officials were already beginning to sense, though none of them stated openly in formal channels. For those trapped inside, of course, nothing about the situation was temporary. It was their entire lives, reduced to the confines of a few streets surrounded by walls and barbed wire. Conditions inside the ghettos deteriorated with a speed that exceeded any prior expectation. The most immediate and most lethal problem was space. In the Warsaw Ghetto, German authorities assigned the Jewish population an area that, before the war, had housed around 160,000 inhabitants. It now had to accommodate more than 400,000 people at its peak concentration, after forced relocations from other parts of Poland added tens of thousands to those already living there. The result was a population density without equivalent in any European city at the time. In some apartment blocks, 15 or 20 people lived in a single room, sleeping in shifts, sharing the same mattress, without adequate ventilation and without regular access to water. Corridors in buildings became living spaces, basements were occupied, any roofed surface that could shelter human bodies was used for that purpose. Food scarcity was the second mechanism of mass destruction. German authorities set official rations for the ghetto population that were deliberately calculated below the threshold of subsistence. In the Warsaw Ghetto, the official ration assigned to Jews amounted to less than 200 calories per day at its worst moments, compared to more than 2,000 calories allocated to German workers during the same period. The gap between these official rations and the population's actual survival needs was covered by smuggling, which became the backbone of the internal economy. It is estimated that more than 80% of the food consumed in the Warsaw Ghetto entered illegally through walls, tunnels, sewers, and checkpoints, where some guards could be bribed. Smuggling was punishable by death, and executions of those caught bringing food into the ghetto were public and frequent, staged as spectacles of terror designed to deter anyone from attempting it. The deterrent effect never fully succeeded, because the alternative to smuggling was starvation, and faced with that choice, thousands of people, including children, crossed the walls each night. Disease followed malnutrition with the inevitability of a mechanical process. Typhus, transmitted by lice that proliferated under conditions of extreme overcrowding and impossible hygiene, spread through the Polish ghettos in successive waves that internal health authorities had no means to control. Jewish doctors working inside the ghetto documented the progression of disease with a meticulousness that reflected both their professional training and the awareness that they were recording something the world would one day need to know. In the Warsaw Ghetto, a group of physicians conducted a systematic clinical study on the effects of prolonged starvation on the human body, using their own patients and themselves as subjects of observation. The manuscript of that study was buried before the destruction of the ghetto and recovered after the war. It was a rigorous scientific document produced under conditions of gradual extermination by people who knew they would most likely not survive to see it published. Day-to-day administration of the ghettos was delegated by the German authorities to the Judenräte, the Jewish councils, bodies formed by leaders of local Jewish communities to whom the regime assigned the responsibility of carrying out its orders within the perimeter. The Judenräte organized food distribution, managed hospitals and clandestine schools, coordinated the basic services that still functioned, and acted as intermediaries between the ghetto population and the German authorities. Their position was one of the most impossible imaginable. They were representatives of the victims before their executioners, and the only bargaining chip they had was cooperation with a system designed to destroy those they represented. When German authorities demanded lists of people for forced labor, the Judenräte provided them, because the alternative was for the Germans to enter the ghetto and compile the lists themselves, with a level of violence the council leaders believed they could at least partially moderate through cooperation. When demands escalated towards something far worse, some members of the Judenräte continued to cooperate under the same logic, convinced that their participation saved more lives than it cost. Others refused and paid with their lives. Within the German regime, the existence of the ghettos generated from the outset a strictly economic and logistical debate. One faction of the occupation administration, primarily represented by certain SS officials, argued that keeping a large Jewish population alive consumed resources that Germany needed for the war, and that the most efficient solution was to accelerate their extinction through hunger and disease without expending additional means on it. The opposing faction, represented by sectors of the military and economic administration, pointed out that the ghettos contained a labor force that could be used to produce uniforms, footwear, military equipment, and other goods urgently needed by the Reich. Starving that population to death meant wasting productive capacity that could be exploited. In most ghettos, during the early years, the productive logic prevailed over the exterminatory logic, but not out of any humanitarian consideration. rather because the German war economy had real needs that ghetto workshops could meet. This dominance was temporary. As the regime's policy evolved toward more radical solutions, the economic usefulness of the ghettos ceased to be a sufficient argument for preserving their inhabitants. The workshops operating inside the ghettos produced goods for German companies that had signed contracts with the occupation administration. Workers received symbolic wages that were not enough to buy the food required to survive on the black market, but they provided something equally valuable in the context of the ghetto, a document certifying that the holder was a useful worker for the German economy. This document, known in the Warsaw Ghetto as the Ausweis, became the most precious object a person could possess because for a time it functioned as protection against deportation. Families reorganized their entire lives around obtaining and maintaining this paper. Mothers who did not work tried to be included on their husbands' lists. Elderly people who could not work sought any connection to someone who held a valid Ausweis. The logic of the system had managed to make the victims themselves compete against one another for the criteria the regime used to decide who would live and who would die, at least for the time being. While all this was happening in the Polish ghettos, the situation of Jews still remaining in Germany continued to deteriorate. By the end of 1939, they were forbidden to leave the Reich without explicit authorization, which in practice meant that emigration, already nearly impossible for economic and diplomatic reasons, had also been formally closed by law. German Jews who had survived 6 years of progressive persecution and had lost their professions, their businesses, their rights, and the physical security of their homes were now trapped inside a country at war that regarded them as internal enemies. Hitler's speech before the Reichstag on January 30th, 1939, continued to resonate for those who would have the clarity to take it literally. The annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe in the event of a world war was no longer a rhetorical threat. It was the description of a process that had already begun and was advancing with the relentless logic of a machine that no one inside the Reich had either the capacity or the will to stop. The ghettos were not the final destination. The regime had not yet taken the formal decision to systematically exterminate all European Jews, but it had already built all the instruments that such a decision would require. The reality of Ernst von Rath and the fate of Herschel. Ernst von Rath was not the man the regime needed him to be. He was 29 years old when Herschel Greenspan entered his office at the German embassy in Paris. He was the youngest official on duty that morning of November 7th, 1938, and for that reason he was the one who received the visitor. Greenspan did not ask to speak to von Rath by name. He asked to speak to any member of the diplomatic staff. The regime later constructed the version that the young Jew had come seeking the ambassador with the premeditated intention of representing international Jewry. The original records were altered in 1942 to support that narrative. Von Rath was wounded by chance, not by design. What the regime could not control was what the Gestapo's own files said about the man it had just turned into a symbol of a martyred German nation. Von Rath appeared in those files under active surveillance on suspicion of behavior contrary to the regime. The German secret police had opened a dossier on him before Greenspan ever appeared in his office. Investigators who studied his case decades later found indications that von Rath frequented circles in Paris nightlife that the Gestapo considered incompatible with the image of a Third Reich diplomat. Hitler sent 2 of his personal physicians from Berlin to the Paris hospital where von Rath lay dying. The gesture was political rather than medical. It transformed a low-ranking official, already under Gestapo surveillance, into a martyr of the Reich before he had even died. Joachim von Ribbentrop, the foreign minister, publicly called him a Blutzeuger, a Germanization of the Greek term for martyr, alongside Wilhelm Gustloff, the Nazi leader assassinated in Switzerland 2 years earlier. The regime's propaganda apparatus constructed within hours the image of an exemplary German fallen on foreign soil at the hands of an international Jewish conspiracy. When the Nazis brought Greenspan back to Germany and began preparing the show trial intended to blame international Jewry for having started the war, Greenspan used that information as a weapon. When Greenspan deployed his defense strategy, the trial was postponed, then postponed again. In May 1942, Hitler announced that he would not authorize the proceedings to go forward. Without the Führer's approval, no trial could take place. The case remained indefinitely open, which meant there was also no verdict, and that Herschel Grindspun remained legally an accused person without conviction, a status the regime interpreted as justification to keep him alive while he remained useful. Grindspun was moved through Moabit prison in Berlin, then to Sachsenhausen concentration camp, where he shared the special prisoners' bunker with Kurt Schuschnigg, the Austrian chancellor whom Hitler had forced to resign before the annexation of Austria, and later to Magdeburg prison. In each of these places he was kept separate from the general prison population, under different conditions. Within a category the regime no longer quite knew how to classify. He was an instrument no one could find further use for, yet one that was never formally closed.
Soms vond ik iets gewoon onmogelijk. Totdat het wel lukt. Met die overtuiging wekken we bij Vattenfall fossielvrije stroom op uit wind en zon. Vattenfall, er is altijd een weg.
The last documentation that places him with certainty in a specific location dates from September 1942. After that point, the trail becomes fragmented. Adolf Eichmann, during his trial in Jerusalem in 1961, testified under oath that he had personally interrogated Grindspun at Gestapo headquarters in Berlin in 1943 or 1944. That statement was the only element that made it possible to establish that the young man was still alive 2 years after the last official record. Some post-war rumors claimed that he had survived and returned to Paris, where he supposedly lived under a false name and started a family. In 1957, a version circulated that he was alive and residing in the French capital. None of these claims withstood rigorous investigation. The only members of his family who survived, his father Sendel, his mother Rivka, and his brother Mordecai, emigrated to the Soviet Union and later to Israel. They appeared at the Hanover trial in 1958 to testify that they had searched for Herschel by all available means and had found no evidence that he was still alive. They could not explain why, if he had survived, he had not attempted to contact them in all those years. The Hanover court declared him dead on June 1st, 1960. The Holocaust memorial in the center of that city includes the names of all the Jews of Hanover who perished under the Nazi regime. Herschel Grindspun's name does not appear on it. The 17-year-old who had entered the embassy with a revolver and a note written in German so that the world would hear him ended up becoming exactly the opposite of what he intended. An unresolved case, a life without a closing date, a name that is not where it should be. Ernst von Rath was buried with full state honors in Düsseldorf. Hitler did not attend the funeral, but he sent a wreath. The regime built him a monument and commemorated him annually in the following years as one of the martyrs who had fallen for Germany abroad. The Gestapo filed away the dossier that had placed him under surveillance. No one ever reopened it. When the French police arrested Grindspun on November 7th, the Nazi regime lost control over him. For 20 months he remained in French custody without any trial taking place. His case became a battleground between sectors of French and international public opinion that saw him as a symbol of Jewish resistance against Nazi terror, and others who regarded him as an irresponsible murderer. In France, where anti-Semitism had its own deep roots and where sectors of the right looked sympathetically toward the German regime, a trial of Grindspun could prove inconvenient in any direction. The defense lawyers who took his case knew that a public trial would be dangerous. If they won, the Nazi regime would use acquittal as proof of French complicity with international Jewry. If they lost, the young man would be condemned for a crime that the entire world knew had triggered a pogrom organized from Berlin. The public debate over Grindspun in the international press followed a curve that reflects how the world processed what it was witnessing. The world gradually lost interest in Herschel Grindspun in exactly the reverse order of the scale of the crime his gunshot had set in motion. While the press forgot him, the regime holding him captive moved forward toward what Hitler had formulated in the Reichstag in January 1939. In July 1940, when France fell under German occupation, Grindspun was illegally extradited to Germany. No treaty authorized such a transfer, but the authorities of Vichy France raised no objection. He was taken to Moabit prison in Berlin, where he came under the direct custody of the Gestapo. From that moment on, his existence depended entirely on the regime's political calculations regarding his usefulness as an instrument in the trial Goebbels had been preparing for months. The element the regime had not anticipated was the desperate ingenuity of a teenager who had already spent 2 years in prison, and who understood that his only possible protection was to become a problem for his captors. When he announced in Sachsenhausen that his defense would consist of publicly claiming an intimate relationship with von Rath, his fellow detainees in the camp's special prisoners' bunker asked him directly whether it was true. Greenspan replied that it was not, that the defense was a calculated strategy designed to make the trial more damaging to the Reich than to himself. He had devised it during the months of confinement in French prisons. Goebbels had sent investigators to the bars of the Place Pigalle in Paris to obtain statements about von Rath. What returned from that investigation could not be included in any official trial record. The officials in the ministry preparing the proceedings found themselves facing an equation without a clean solution. If the trial went ahead with the original narrative, Greenspan would make his statements and the defense would turn the martyr into a liability. If the trial was cancelled, the Reich would implicitly admit that the young man had found a way to paralyze it. Hitler, informed of the situation, communicated in May 1942 that he would not authorize the proceedings to continue. The file remained technically open, meaning Greenspan was still legally an accused person without conviction, a status the regime used as a bureaucratic justification not to close the matter in any definitive way. Sachsenhausen in those years held a collection of prisoners the regime did not quite know what to do with, but could not simply eliminate without consequences. Yakov Djugashvili, Stalin's son, was held there until 1943. Austrian Chancellor Schuschnigg survived the camp and was liberated by Allied troops in 1945. Pastor Martin Niemöller, who had openly challenged the regime from the pulpit, passed through Sachsenhausen before being transferred to Dachau. Greenspan belonged to this strange group of prisoners who were too visible to disappear without procedure and too inconvenient to be displayed. The difference between him and the others was that the others retained a bargaining value the regime recognized. Greenspan had had that value during the months when the trial was still possible. Once the trial was cancelled, that value disappeared with it. The last person in a position of authority to claim he had seen Herschel Greenspan alive was Adolf Eichmann, the man who in 1938 had directed the expulsion of the Jews from Austria and who in 1942 coordinated the transports to the extermination camps, testified in Jerusalem, under oath, that he had personally interrogated the young man at Gestapo headquarters in Berlin in 1943 or 1944. He could not recall the exact year. What he did state was that at that time Greenspan was still alive. Eichmann was executed in Israel in 1962. He never expanded on that statement. Herschel Greenspan's name does not appear in the Hanover Holocaust Memorial because the authorities who compiled it could not certify his death with documented evidence. In order to be included in the list of victims of the Nazi regime in that city, a date, a place, or a manner of death was required. Greenspan had none of the three. The Hanover court declared him dead in 1960 on the sole basis that there was no evidence he was still alive, and that his family had searched for him unsuccessfully for 15 years. It was a declaration of death based on the absence of evidence of life, the most bureaucratic possible way to close the case of someone the regime had made disappear without leaving any usable trace. The night of broken glass was the moment when the regime crossed a visible, public, and undeniable line, and discovered that it could do so without consequences. That realization had a decisive weight in what followed, because it demonstrated that the space for committing ever greater crimes existed, and that no one would close it from outside or from within. 6 million European Jews died between 1941 and 1945. Most of them had been born in countries that in 1933 were democracies or recognized rule of law states. But none of them chose to become the target of what happened to them. If you found this documentary interesting, let us know which parts you didn't see before, and subscribe to stay tuned for the next documentary. See you in the next one. January 1945. Germany. The war is lost, but the killing continues. The once mighty Wehrmacht has been driven back on all fronts. In the west, Allied troops are poised to surge into the German heartland. To the east, the Red Army continues its bloody march towards Berlin. The German war machine is on the brink of total collapse. In the capital, as Goebbels prepares the German people for a final, desperate last stand, Hitler descends deeper into a world of fantasy. In 5 months, both will be dead, along with countless others, and Berlin will be reduced to rubble. The Nazi regime no more. This is the story of that downfall. Told through the never-before-heard letters and the diaries of the men and women who were there. It is through their words that we will experience the final bloody act of Hitler's Third Reich. By the end of 1944, the German army was a shadow of its former self. Battered and blooded, it had suffered nearly 3 million casualties in the previous 12 months alone. Now, as it entered 1945, German High Command braced its remaining troops for the inevitable Allied offensive. For the first time, German soldiers would be fighting on home soil. Despite the catastrophic situation they were facing, there were still many who believed in Hitler and final victory.
To be a National Socialist in good times, to believe in the Führer, and to trust in our strength is easy. Any small mind can do that. But to do so now, in times of crisis, is not easy. The decisive thing in this war is the final battle, and we will win it. We here at the front firmly believe in victory and will not let ourselves be shaken by anything. These days, the Russians penetrated everywhere into Germany, and yet our hour has simply not yet come, but it will come. Come from it.
The war had irrevocably turned against Hitler's Germany. With the final brutal act approaching, the Nazi regime began to prepare the German population for what was to come. Towns and cities were designated as fortresses, places to be defended to the last. And in a final desperate act, every able-bodied man over the age of 17 was conscripted into the Volkssturm, the People's Storm.
I am sure you understand that your dad can't leave, as he has to join the Volkssturm. Who would have thought a few years ago that it would come to this again? Who would have imagined back then that we older folks would be called upon once more? But I did my part from 1916 to 1918, and I am ready to do so again for our people and fatherland.
By 1945, Hitler's worldview had become increasingly nihilistic. He viewed the war purely in racial terms and clung to the belief that only fanatical resistance could secure victory. This deeply entrenched mindset would define his decision-making in the war's final, cataclysmic months. Under his command, there would be no withdrawals.
Every German city and town was ordered to be defended to the last. I believe in victory. Admittedly, I do not hide the fact that everything that was dear and valuable to us in Germany will gradually be destroyed by the air raids. The sacrifices of the civilian population are terrible, but they would be more terrible if we were to surrender to the air terror. For myself and for you, as harsh as it may sound, I prefer death to submission to Bolshevism or the Jews. Despite everything, we must hold out until Bolshevism is finally driven back, and you and the children, and I too, are in the fortunate position of having escaped the catastrophe. In the early hours of January the 12th, the long-awaited Soviet offensive towards Germany began.
As dawn slowly broke, an uninterrupted barrage from thousands of guns erupted in the pre-dawn darkness with unimaginable force and violence. A ferocity we had never before experienced. The entire landscape seemed ablaze. Everything, both before and behind our main battle line, lay under a murderous storm of iron. A furious whirlwind of fire, heavy incendiary and explosive shells tore through our forwardmost lines, positions and villages nestled behind roads and terrain forts, reaching deep into the countryside. The cruel, all-destroying firework display, unlike anything seen before, burst over us, as though the enemy intended to plow the very earth before the main assault. Around noon, the earth itself began to shake and tremble as if feverish beneath the thunderous volleys of Soviet guns. Amidst the smoke and the glare of fire, both behind us and ahead, the earth, bunkers, trees, barricades, and farmhouse ruins erupted in flames and were pulverized. Only around midnight did our battalion, supported by 4 Stuks, gradually manage to retake our former positions. These fiercely contested grounds presented a horrific sight, littered with hundreds of corpses, both friend and foe.
Despite clear warnings of the Soviet buildup, German high command had been caught totally unprepared. Convinced that any Allied assaults would come via the Ardennes and Budapest, the borders of occupied Poland had been left perilously undermanned. In total, just 450,000 German troops were tasked with protecting Germany's eastern flank. No match for the millions of Soviet soldiers that now ripped through. News of the rapidly unfolding disaster spread fear throughout Germany.
How much time do we have left? A box is quickly fetched from the floor and packed full of laundry and noses. We take it to Luke's cellar. Go, so nobody can find it in our access. We don't really have an appetite for our lunch. We wait for the midday news. It is reported that the Russians are heading towards Schneider and advancing with great superiority near Labia. The shot fragmented, the electricity, gas, and water are shut off, and the evacuation is announced via loudspeaker in the market square. In the streets, there's blowing snow, cold, and people. The entire market square is full of people. Kaufman and his wife are leaving, each with just a handbag. Families who are friends bid farewell with tearful eyes. Some only want to die in their homes. Around 4 p.m., all the streets are clogged. I pray silently, saying, have mercy, chastise us moderately.
For years, Nazi propaganda had depicted Soviet soldiers as savage and vengeful, and warned that German defeat would bring with it brutal reprisals. Whilst propagandists did it home, this warning was not completely unfounded. These interviews, recorded after the brief Soviet occupation of the East Prussian village of Nemesville in October 1944, sent shockwaves through the nation when they were first broadcast later that year.
Wie haben sich die Soldaten und Offiziere mit ihrem Ort den Bauern gegenüber verhalten?
Man kann hier gar nicht von Soldaten und Offizieren in diesem Sinne sprechen. Man kann hier nur sprechen von bestialischen Horden. Denn die haben sich alle gleichmäßig benommen. Alle täglich betrunken. Sie haben also alle Frauen vergewaltigt. Von Jugendlichen angefangen von 13 Jahren bis zu Frauen von 68 Jahren. In meiner Gegenwart eine 68-jährige Frau vergewaltigt worden, allergemeinsterweise.
Diese Volksgenossinnen hier auch, ja?
Ja, sogar meine Mutter von 60 Jahren als Kind geschult, haben sie auch bestialisch vergewaltigt.
Und Sie selbst auch hier?
Ja, sogar meine Schwester und meine Mutter in bestialischer und tierischer Weise misshandelt.
As the Eastern Front imploded, millions of terrified German civilians, now under threat of the rapidly advancing Red Army, began fleeing their homes. With train lines cut and most working vehicles requisitioned by the military, whole families were forced to flee on foot. Exposed to the brutal cold, old men, women, and children endured the journey with scant protection. Medical care, food, and water were scarce. Infants, the sick, and elderly often died first from cold or hunger. Traveling just a few kilometers a day, the threat of being overrun by Soviet troops was ever present. In total, 14 million German civilians will be forced to make the dangerous journey westwards.
The roads are choked with refugees, wagons with people on foot. Now we then pass trains full of people in suitcases and missiles, followed by the endless glances of those walking. The column keeps holding, backing up. Suddenly, panic grips everyone as the cry goes up. The Russians are close! People stand stunned. Surely it can't be possible. Then a man comes riding up on a horseback, shouting at the top of his voice, "Save yourself if you can! The Russians will be here in half an hour!"
By the time Soviet troops were just a few hundred kilometers from Berlin, Hitler had already retreated into the Führer bunker, after his private rooms at the Reichstag had been damaged in an American bombing raid. For years, Allied air raids had brought fear and death to German towns and cities. But now, with the end in sight, the bombing campaign against Germany began to near its terrifying crescendo.
Daylight raid from 10:30 to 12:40. The enemy bomber formations approached the Reichscapital from the southwest and south under clear skies and sunny weather. We saw the white paper trails in the blue sky at high altitude and could observe close formations flying towards the city center. And then, behind the meter-thick walls of the bunker, we heard nothing for over an hour but the terrible thunder of falling bombs, with the light flickering and at times almost going out when the cable was hit. It was an hour and a half of murder of thousands of people in sunny early spring weather and blue skies. When we left the bunker, the sun had disappeared. The sky was cloudy. Fed by countless small and large sources of fire, a vast sea of smoke hung over the entire city center.
Having shattered the German front, the Soviet advance halted near the Oder River, the last great natural defense before Berlin. The whole of East Prussia was now cut off. Amid the chaos, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz launched Operation Hannibal. Originally intended to move U-boats from the Bay of Danzig, it included the provision that civilians could also be taken aboard military vessels. This order would inadvertently spark the largest maritime evacuation in history.
De nieuwe Heinz Zero. Zonder toegevoegde suikers en zout, met meer tomaten. Je probeert het echt. Die bruine rijst terwijl de rest frietjes eet. De calorieën tellen, maar voor sommige mensen is afvallen gewoon lastiger. Misschien is het tijd voor een andere aanpak. Met Wennis werk je aan gewichtsverlies onder medische begeleiding. Online, gewoon vanuit huis. Wennis. Minder strijd, meer resultaat.
And he finally found the basin we were talking about. It was that empty. The shelling was too bad, apparently. No ships were leaving from there, so they sent us somewhere else, the basin further out. One shell slammed into the ground right near us, but it wasn't there. Just sat there, in the sand, didn't go off. Thank God. You learn things fast in situations like that. We became experts on shell sounds, like the soldiers' scratches. If it made a high, singing noise going over, it wasn't infantry. But if you heard that horrible, gurgling sound getting closer, you hit the boat. And that's how we finally reached the ships. They were huge, docked right at the crane, at the crowds. Thousands of people were already there, crammed together, all desperate like us to get on board, to escape what was coming. You could hear the sailors shouting reassurances. Everyone will get on. There's room for everyone. But even then, it wasn't safe. Enemy planes keep buzzing overhead the whole time, trying to stop the landing, guarding, shooting, dropping bombs. We both clearly remember watching the sailors manning the anti-aircraft guns on the ships. They were crushed. We stayed teams, but it was just practice, cool as anything, while blazing away the flames. They kept the Russians from getting too close. You could see the planes dropping their bombs way out of the water, scared to fly into range. Still, every time we heard the drone of engine, half the people still waiting on the crane with panic, dying for cover behind some empty railway wagons that were just sitting there. It was terrifying.
Meanwhile, 800 kilometers away on the 27th of January, advancing units of the Red Army reached the gates of Auschwitz-Birkenau in occupied Poland. What the Soviet soldiers found was a scene of unspeakable horror. In this place, between 1940 and 1945, over 1 million people had been systematically tortured and murdered. Despite frantic attempts by the Nazis to conceal their atrocities, evidence of their crimes could be found everywhere. Amidst the squalor, Red Army soldiers discovered 7,000 survivors, the sick and the dying, left to await their fate. Charlotte Gruber was one of them.
Gerettet gleich am Bahnhof wurde man sortiert in arbeitsfähig und in nicht arbeitsfähig. Frauen mit Kindern und Männer, die Krankheiten oder irgendwelche Gebrechen hatten, wurden auf Autos geladen, von denen wir nicht wussten, wohin sie fuhren. Im Lager selbst hörten wir dann erst, dass diese Leute alle in der Stadt gegangen sind. Block 25 war der Todesblock. Von dort aus gingen die Menschen am Abend, wenn alles dunkel war, nur der Stacheldraht brannte, auf Autos geladen in den Kamin. Man hörte sie schrecklich schreien und dann war auf einmal Schluss und man sah hoch am Himmel eine blutrote Flagge aufsteigen.
Auschwitz-Birkenau was just one of many such camps that the Allies would discover. Four days later, and 12 years to the day since his rise to power, Hitler gave what would be his final address to the German people.
Ich erwarte von jedem Deutschen, dass selbstverständlich Pflicht und Verfolgung erfüllt, dass sie jedes Opfer davon ihm gefordert wird und werden muss auf Dinge, Der Waffe von täglich gesunden, dass er sich mit Leib und Leben einsetzen kann. Der Waffe von täglich Kranken und Geprächtigen oder sonst Unerklärlichen, dass er sich mit aufgebotener Rechtskraft arbeitet. Der Waffe von den Bewohnern der Städte, dass er die Waffen friedfühligen kann. Und der Waffe von Bauern, dass er unter höchstmöglicher eigener Einschränkung das Brot für die Soldaten und Arbeiter gestanden. Der Waffe von allen Frauen und Mädchen, dass sie diesen Kampf so wie hier in allen Überlebensrichtungen unterstützen. Ich wende mich mit besonderem Vertrauen dabei an die deutsche Jugend.
As Hitler's words reverberated across the Rhine, the ocean liner Wilhelm Gustloff, which had been commandeered by Hannibal, cut slowly through the freezing, dark waters of the Baltic Sea. Aboard were thousands of terrified German civilians and wounded soldiers, fleeing westwards ahead of the advancing Red Army. From the depths of the Black Waters, a Soviet submarine struck, sinking the liner and sending over 9,000 people to an icy grave. It was the worst maritime disaster in history. Despite this catastrophe, thousands of Germans continued to seek passage across the Baltic Sea.
The hold was lined with straw, and we lay packed together, like cattle in a slaughterhouse. The cargo hatch was 6 to 7 meters above us, gaping abyss. Access only by a rickety gangway or loose ladders. "We are inside a closed coffin," someone shouted. Nearly 300 to 400 wounded on our ship. Then the air raid. Bombs, shockwaves, a hit, water flooding in, slight lisp, then getting worse. Screams, shots, suicide. In the first half hour, there was chaos. The lightly wounded scrambled out. No one cared for us, the seriously wounded. The list of the ship became more and more obvious, the water rising. I understand now why people soiled their trousers. No head, only prayers. A coffin.
On the 3rd of February, American bombers targeted Berlin in what was, by that point, the deadliest bombing raid against the German capital. Their lethal cargo, a mix of high explosives and incendiary bombs, rained down on the central districts of Litter, Kreuzberg, and Wedding. In total, over 2,000 people were killed, and nearly 120,000 were made homeless by the raid.
New bomb carpets, a terrible roar coming closer. The bunker shakes, but it remains standing. The rolling growl goes on. And then, with terrible thunderclaps, a new carpet starts to detonate. Again, it rolls closer and closer, and then vanishes somewhere in the distant thunder. Until, after an eternity, the last blows fade away. The sound of silence in the bunker lingers on among the young and old, before the certainty takes hold. It's over. Then there's talking, children's laughter in between, doors slam, names are called, jokes flying back and forth, serious conversations about early alarms and experiences are started. The tension fades, and inwardly each of the many hundreds on the floors ask themselves, what does it look like outside? Is my flat still standing?
11 days later, Allied bombers struck again. On the 14th of February, British forces targeted the German town of Dresden in what would prove to be one of the deadliest and most controversial raids of the war. Caught unprepared, over 25,000 people were killed in the bombing of this once picturesque town.
Today I saw terrible things. The first naked woman I've ever seen. She was dead, charred like wood. Everyone is dead. Everyone I knew on our street. The baker, the butcher, the two women from the corner shop where Mama buys things. Only yesterday evening I was at the Sacred Heart Church. Now the church is gone. They say there was a woman trapped between iron girders. Her clothes had caught fire from the phosphorus in the bombs. Her son just stood by and watched. He couldn't do anything to help her. They say he went mad afterwards. I always have to think about him, watching his mother burn.
On the Western Front, Allied forces were now closing in on Germany's last great natural barrier, the Rhine. As German troops did all they could to slow the advance on the ground, in the skies above, Luftwaffe pilots fought their own desperate battle.
The whole enemy group was dissolving. I got cocky, climbed again, and caught another one. A Focke-Wulf from 16th Staffel was with me. The comrade got one too. 3 men jumped from that bomber before he even fired a shot. A B-17 also went up in flames quickly. The wing just snapped off. A good feeling, spun everything. But then, at that same moment, they hit me. First the rudder jammed, then a bang in the engine, immediate smoke. Flames were already licking from the footrest. The cockpit filled with smoke. High time to get out of there. That was close. Got out with more luck than skill and a few injuries. Hands are a bit raw from grabbing the hot cockpit edge after I'd foolishly taken my gloves off. The machine is scrap, of course. Another one lost. How many more to go?
In a desperate attempt to help inspire a fanatical last stand, the Nazi regime turned towards its heroes, the men and women who had bled and killed for the Reich and who had become symbols of unwavering loyalty to the Nazi cause. Stuka ace Hans-Ulrich Rudolph was Germany's highest decorated soldier. By 1945, he'd flown over 2,000 combat missions. But in early February, he had been injured and lost his lower leg to Russian anti-aircraft fire. It was whilst recovering in hospital that he was interviewed by German reporters.
Das Einzige, was mich an meiner Verwundung eigentlich erheblich stört, ist die Tatsache, dass ich im Augenblick in dieser kritischen Situation selbst nicht fliegen kann und meine Kameraden, meinen Geschwader eben allein fliegen lassen muss. In absehbarer Zeit kann ich auch wieder fliegen. Ich nehme an, es handelt sich nur um wirklich ganz beschränkte Zeit. Es kommt ja diesmal nicht auf persönliche Opfer drauf an, sondern wir wollen alle die Zähne zusammenbeißen, diese Opfer gerne in Kauf nehmen. Und letzten Endes wird unser Volk, das bisher so tapfer gekämpft hat und die Zähne eben zusammengebissen hat, den endgültigen Sieg erringen.
Alongside their use of propaganda, the Nazis increasingly turned to intimidation and brutality to enforce their rule. On the 15th of February, in response to the worsening military situation, Justice Minister Otto Georg Thiere decreed martial law for all towns in Britain. Any German citizen, even an officer, caught disobeying, showing perceived defeatism, or even failing to resist with sufficient fanaticism, could be shot on the spot.
I expect that, as has always been customary in the Prussian German army, the harshness of military law will be applied. It is better that one or another coward dies than that the thought to retreat takes hold to gain ground in an otherwise brave company. The examples of thousands of violated German women and girls, murdered elderly and children, burned villages, farms, and estates should provide a clear enough picture, especially to the officers, that in this decisive phase of the war, there is only one thing: to stand, to fight, and then to be able to attack again and defeat the enemy.
leave the brave soldiers of the German people better, braver, and more dutiful than ever. Plant in your hearts and theirs the fanatical will to victory and the blazing hatred against these Bolshevik beasts. Educate our men so that from the overcome fear of the Bolshevik, the holy German anger grows, which leaves the individual Bolshevik only two options, either to defect and surrender, or to be beaten to death as a beast and destroy our whole human order.
With the army quickly running out of men, the Nazi regime ordered total mobilization. Boys, some barely teenagers, were called up. Women, too, were drafted as auxiliaries to support the Volkssturm militia. To galvanize this desperate, all-encompassing effort, on the 28th of February, Joseph Goebbels addressed the nation in an exhaustive radio speech that lasted almost 70 minutes.
Seht dem gegenüber das deutsche Volk, im Osten verzweifelt bemüht, die Springfluten aus Innerasien einzudämmen und zu brechen, gleichzeitig in der Heimat geschlagen und gepeinigt von einem sadistischen feindlichen Luftterror. Im Westen und Süden eine feindliche Angriffsschlacht nach der anderen, wenn auch unter Aufbietung manchmal seiner letzten Kraft abwehren. Stumm und ohne falsches Pathos, dem Gebot einer höheren geschichtlichen Pflicht gehorchen, durch seinen stoischen Heroismus über die Kräfte der Finsternis triumphieren. Von fast allen seinen europäischen Freunden und Bundesgenossen im Stich gelassen und sich darum umso trotziger und verbissener zum Kampf um sein bedrohtes Lebensrecht stellen. Wahrhaftig ein Anblick von ergreifender Größe, dem gegenüber auch die Antike nur auf wenige gleichwertige Beispiele verweisen kann. Und wenn wir uns am Ende in unsere Erde festkrallen müssten, wenn wir auf den letzten uns noch verbliebenen Rest von Hart und Gut preiszugeben hätten, wenn der Leiden und Schrecken vorläufig kein Ende abzusehen wäre, wir lassen nicht von unserem gerechten Anspruch an das Leben und an die Freiheit und Zukunft unseres Volkes. Wir wollten lieber sterben, als zu kapitulieren.
Though many had long since lost faith in the promised final victory, a fanatical few still believed the Nazis would triumph.
Believe me, it is 1,000 times better now to work and help achieve the final victory than otherwise to serve as a slave for foreign peoples. That's why the population in the Rhineland is still filled with almost unbelievable diligence and optimism. The horrendous terror attacks truly haven't made these people waver, and we at the front must hold out to the last man. There's only this one solution, because victory is certain in the end. I would be happy if, through my service, I could spare our Klaus and the little one from having to fight. Nevertheless, you should raise them to have a warrior spirit, so that they never become soft through any blow of fate, but always hold their own in life's struggle. You must never lose sight of this goal.
On the 3rd of March, Hitler made his final journey to the front, which was now only a few kilometers from Berlin itself. This brief, almost surreal visit would mark one of his last public appearances. It was a futile attempt to rally forces already broken, a final act of defiance. Hitler was not alone in these efforts. Across the country, German commanders were making their own desperate attempts to rally their exhausted troops for the decisive battle that was fast approaching.
In the morning, Battery Commander Kuckner told us that we are facing the greatest test in history. We have to claw ourselves into the ground with holy fanaticism. On the occasion of Remembrance Day for our fallen soldiers, we have been watching the excellent movie Kolberg, which brought the defense of the Prussian fortress in the year 1807 home to us. There, in the end, the whole city was on fire, but the defenders around Gneisenau stood fast, and civilians and soldiers resisted superior numbers.
Deutschen! Deutsche! Ein schweres Schicksal liegt auf eurer Stadt. Hängt auf unserem unglücklichen Vaterland.
I quite like the movie, but not all comrades are convinced that we have far more enemies. My comrade Udo received a letter from the NSDAP group Pankow. His mother and his little sister Elke burned to death in the north of Berlin. Now he has no one anymore. He stared ahead silently for a long time, then jumped on a footstool, ripped the big picture of the Führer from the wall, spat on it, and stomped his feet on Hitler's hand. When the Unteroffizier arrived, he locked Udo up.
On the 7th of March, forward units of the US First Army's 9th Armored Division, racing towards the Rhine, were shocked to discover the Ludendorff railway bridge intact. Nazi demolition attempts to blow up the bridge had failed, and what German defenders remained were swept aside by American troops. The path through the Rhine defences was now open. Failure to hold the bridge would bring serious consequences for the German officers responsible.
An important Rhine bridge has fallen undamaged into enemy hands despite proper technical preparations for demolition, because the responsible leaders, as a result of their indecisive, irresponsible and cowardly conduct, abandoned the bridgehead and gave the demolition order too late. The 5 guilty officers were sentenced to death by court-martial, one of them a Hauptmann in absentia. The sentence was carried out on 3 majors and 1 Oberleutnant. Kin liability, Lippenhaft, has been enacted against the family of the Hauptmann, who could not be located. The preceding information is to be communicated to the troops immediately by the fastest means. Let it be a warning to all. He who does not live in honor dies in shame. I hereby command again that every case of failure must be investigated and settled by court-martial by the shortest route. I expect the greatest severity from the courts-martial.
General Eisenhower immediately ordered all available forces to exploit this unexpected gift, pouring troops and armor across the captured bridge to establish an Allied base deep on the eastern bank, completely disrupting German defensive strategy. At the same time, further north along the Rhine's west bank, the once great city of Cologne, already pounded into ruins by years of bombing, finally succumbed to advancing American troops after days of fierce urban combat. With Remagen secured, Cologne captured, and a major new northern front opened, Germany's legendary Rhine defense was irrevocably shattered.
On and on it goes, relentlessly. We have nothing to counter the Tommies with except our experience. Every stone, every seemingly insignificant farmstead is defended to the last man. It is not just the British throw immense amounts of material at us. The artillery and mortar fire is heavier than anything I experienced in Italy and Russia. Worst of all are the heavy tanks equipped with flamethrowers, which they repeatedly bring into action against us here. In the last few days, large numbers of Volksgrenadiere on our right flank have deserted to the British. One can hardly blame them. Treatment is said to be good and fair. As a German officer, however, I cannot condone such behavior. Better to perish honorably than live like a coward.
Several times a day, 120 of our men repulsed the bulk of an enemy division. It's hard for anyone to truly grasp what our infantrymen accomplished there.
Though thrown back multiple times a day, they would storm forward again and again with the support of our launchers, roaring "Hurrah!" and drive back the Americans. When you witness such heroism, and it was true heroism, you can only believe in victory. Such soldiers cannot be broken, and victory must ultimately be theirs. I am truly and infinitely glad to be in action now, helping our infantrymen with our salvos. When a salvo landed well and things were blown to bits on their side, when a brief smile would appear on their otherwise serious faces and they'd wave to me, that was the most beautiful reward I could ask for.
Even as German propaganda proclaimed defiance, key figures in the Nazi regime knew the end was near. On March the 18th, Armaments Minister Albert Speer delivered a stark warning. In a message to Hitler, he declared that the German economy faced total, imminent breakdown. The terrifying implication was the complete failure of all essential public services: water, food distribution, electricity, and gas. All were now at risk of complete collapse.
Zomerdeal. Nu tot 50% korting op alarmplaatsing. Ga naar verisure.nl.
Verzorg, zweet, juich, huil, verfris, herhaal. Geef hem je uit zoals je hem voetbal geeft. 12 Man Plus Care.
Amidst the growing crisis, many Germans who had once supported the regime now simply wished for an end to the bloodshed.
Russian tanks mounted by infantry rumbled into view. As they neared the barracks, the soldiers jumped off. Some immediately cut down by our machine gun fire. Shells slamming into the building, blowing out chunks of wall and sending dust, splintered furniture, and sometimes body parts flying into the air. The order came to storm the place. Madness. The Oberleutnant and I had to practically shove the young soldiers from the Feldherrnhalle forward. Ivan fired at us with an anti-tank gun. A shell screamed past, hitting near our position. I dove headfirst into a shallow ditch, landing among the dead. Two lancers lay twisted together, one missing half his face, the tunic soaked dark with blood. Unfortunately, unit cohesion wasn't very good. Many of our lancers bolted when they came under fire, scrambling away, regardless of orders. In any case, I'm mighty glad I got out of that hell. When will this war finally be over? Everyone is saying that it won't last much longer. That would certainly be nice. But what happens then? Some are already talking about Easter. Wonderful. The enemy already controls most of our industry, after all.
On the collapsing Eastern Front, chaos reigned. Millions of German civilians formed desperate, freezing columns, fleeing westward on foot or by cart, trying frantically to escape the advance of the Red Army. Behind them, exhausted remnants of the Wehrmacht and hastily conscripted Volkssturm units fought with suicidal determination against overwhelming Soviet power. Faced with military catastrophe, Hitler reacted not with pragmatism, but with nihilistic fury, directed at his own people. On March the 19th, he issued one of his most infamous commands, the Demolitions on Reich Territory Decree, chillingly referred to as the Nero Order. It is erroneous to believe that transport, communications, industrial and supply facilities that have not been destroyed or have only been temporarily disabled can be put back into operation for our own purposes. when lost territories are recovered. The enemy, in their retreat, will leave behind only scorched earth and will show no consideration for the population. I therefore order all military transport, communications, industrial and supply facilities, as well as assets within the Reich territory, which the enemy could in any way use immediately or in the foreseeable future to continue their fight, are to be destroyed. With complete and callous indifference for the survival of the German population, Hitler ordered the destruction of anything that could be of use to the advancing Allies. Believing the German people had failed him and proven unworthy of survival, Hitler was condemning millions to death, ensuring that even in defeat, Germany would drag itself down into the abyss. On the 20th of March, Hitler emerged from his bunker for what would be his final public appearance. Cameras capture a man physically diminished, a shadow of the figure who had once mesmerized millions. This flickering footage is the last the world would ever see of him.
Erkennt in seinem Hauptquartier den Reichsführer Axmann mit einer Abordnung von 20 Hitlerjungen, die sich bei der Verteidigung ihrer Heimat besonders bewährt haben und dafür mit dem Eisernen Kreuz ausgezeichnet wurden. Mit diesen 20 Jungen ist vor dem Führer symbolisch die deutsche Jugend angetreten, die als treuer Helfer unserer Soldaten und des Volkssturms mutig und unerschrocken im höchsten Einsatz steht. Der Führer lässt sich von den Jungen ihre Erlebnisse schildern.
Once Hitler had returned to the safety of his bunker, the film crew moved to a nearby park, just a short distance from the Reich Chancellery, to interview the young boys lauded as heroes of the Fatherland.
Ich habe zunächst die 13 meiner Kameraden unter den Befehlen des Bunker des Stadtlands in Himmel genommen. Diese sollten sie die Einbrüche Stadt die Panzer sichern. Als diese dann aus der Richtung Gleiches am 24. Januar anrollten, stellte der Bunker uns in 2 Gruppen ein und stellte mit der einen gegen die Panzerkugeln, um die Blitz anzugreifen, kamen die anderen gegen den Feuerschutz. Der Bunker hat 3 Panzer abgeschossen und ist im Leider bei der Gerichte geschnitten gefallen. Nachdem wir seinen Tod festgestellt hatten, mussten wir uns taktischen Willen auf ein Eisenmodell zurückziehen. Und so war ich dann am Abend mit den Befehlen der Straße von Gleich nach Hindenburg in die Zukunft zu Stadtgebiete Gesprächen.
Als der Rote Meer an Lauern heranrückte, habe ich mich dem Kampfkommandanten von Lauern freiwillig als Melder zur Verfügung gestellt. Meine Aufgabe bestand darin, Meldungen zu den einzelnen Kompaniebefehlsständen zu bringen. Außerdem habe ich oftmals Panzerfäuste in verkehrten Jagdkampflinien gehabt. Die Panzerfäuste haben ich auf Scheiterung oder Keilung unter feindlichen Beschuss in Herfeld geschafft.
In spite of his total disregard for their lives, those forever loyal to Hitler, especially the young, continued to shock the Allies with their fanatical belief in their leader and party.
Die Feinde haben uns ein ungeheuren Respekt. Sie berichten von der deutschen Jugend, von den deutschen Soldaten, von den grünen Teufeln, von den verrückten Hitleristen, mit denen man nicht reden könne. Man habe einen gefangen genommen. Dann habe ich gesagt, na, nun ist der Krieg zu Ende. Nein, sagt, ist nicht zu Ende. Ja, wir sind doch nicht mehr. Doch, wir siegen, sagt der Gefangene. Darauf sagt dieser Reuter Juli, ja, wie wollen Sie jetzt siegen? Und darauf sagt er, das weiß ich auch nicht, aber der Hitler, der weiß es. Und siegen werden wir trotzdem. Das bringt die zur Raserei drüben. Es waren vor 3 oder 4 Tagen 20 Hitlerjungs beim Führer. Und der Führer zeichnete diese Hitlerjungs in den Eisernen Kreuz aus. Es ist eine der ergreifendsten Situationen gewesen, die ich je miterlebt habe. Das sind unsere Jungs. 20 davon standen vor dem Führer. Von denen fragt niemand nach einer politischen Lösung und ob unser Material noch ausreicht, sondern von denen fragt jeder nur nach der Durchführung seiner Pflicht und seiner Schuldigkeit. Ich bin überzeugt, dass so wie diese Jungs Tausende und Zehntausende in Deutschland denken, wir müssen neue Opfer, neue Kämpfe, neue Zeit vom Feinde fördern, Tag für Tag und Monat für Monat. Er muss wissen, wir geben nicht nach. Es ist unmöglich, die Deutschen zu beseitigen und die Deutschen zu besiegen.
In the West, after capturing the Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen earlier in the month, Patton's Third Army sought another Rhine crossing. They didn't have to wait long. On the night of March the 22nd, US engineers, working under the cover of darkness, threw up pontoon bridges near the German town of Oppenheim. Led by the 5th Infantry Division, US forces pushed across the river, bypassing heavy defenses and penetrating deep into central Germany. Meanwhile, far to the east, on the windswept shores of the Baltic, German forces were preparing for their final desperate last stand. From west and east, the jaws of the Allied trap were closing. Millions of Germans, whether followers, perpetrators, or enemies of the regime, would now have to pay the price of a war initiated by their leadership.
With mother, father, and my own family dead, I must resign myself to the fact that I have lost everything that a person can lose. You must believe me, dear sister, that from the moment I was certain that I have lost my parents and my family, my own life is worth as much to me as the dirt on my clothes. You won't be interested in why I'm writing such trivialities, but you see, I have to constantly occupy myself with what I can grasp and touch in my thoughts, because if I start thinking about what happened, I will certainly go insane. How my father had looked, who couldn't imagine the war in this form in his dreams, and who always thought we were exaggerating. Hopefully it wasn't too hard for him when the Russian tank rolled over him. My only comfort is you, Annie, because I can write to you and thus still have hope of receiving mail from time to time. Dear sister, you will receive the message when the time comes, when nothing hurts me anymore.
In the fading light of a dying Reich, Joseph Goebbels delivered his final public speech from the town hall of Görz in eastern Germany.
Sollen wir führen, die Krisen der Vergangenheit bewältigen und diese Welt. Fest davon überzeugt. Auch vorgestern sagte mir, ich glaube so fest daran, dass wir diese Krise bewältigen werden. Und ich glaube so fest daran, dass wir in unser neuer Offensivarmee hineinwerfen, dass wir den Feind schlagen und zurückjagen werden. Und ich glaube so fest, dass wir eines Tages den Sieger unserer Bahn herrschen werden, die gegenseitig gegen andere werden.
By the start of April, Allied forces were within sight of the German capital. But as they raced towards Berlin, Eisenhower ordered a halt to the Allied advance. Prioritizing the destruction of German forces elsewhere, and aware of the potential for a huge loss of Allied life, he made the controversial decision to leave the conquest of the shattered city to the Red Army. A delighted Stalin urged his commanders on, determined to see the Soviet flag fly over the Reichstag. For those German soldiers tasked with slowing the Soviet advance, every day had become a desperate battle for survival.
We can hear the sound of tank treads grinding in the distance. We expect the attack any minute. Our 2 MGs are ready. I sit in my foxhole, nibbling on trench rolls. We almost get used to the constant crashing and banging. Then suddenly, a flash right above me on the very lip of my hole. At the same time, a deafening bang. Then my ears ring powerfully for a while. After a few seconds, I dare lift my head. The butt of my cabin is banging from its strap right in front of me. Taking a closer look at the damage, there is now a small crater where my carbine lay. It's been pierced right behind the action. Shrapnel from that small shell must have swept right over my head by millimeters. Luckily, I'd kept my head down. I was a hair's breadth away from buying it. I get an automatic rifle from the badly wounded pinky bearer. In the meantime, an eerie calm has settled. Will Ivan come now? The silence stretches, the calm before the storm. Then, echoing through the trees to our left, that eerie cry, hurrah! Now closer, right in front, hurrah! Hurrah! Then you can already see the first shapes dancing towards us between the young tree trunks. Orders are to let the attackers get as close as possible. It's agony pouring back, fingers twitching on the trigger. The order, fire! Our defensive fire rips into them. Several figures drop, but suddenly our two MGs fall silent. What happened? No time to worry. Now it's close quarters.
By early April, nearly 2 million Soviet troops had been assembled for the final assault on Berlin, with Zhukov's first Belarusian front positioned on the Kuskri bridgehead, Konyev's forces to the south, and Rokossovsky's to the north. Opposing them were the depleted remnants of Army Group Vistula, under General Gotthard Henrique, plus elements of Army Group Center, roughly 800,000 men, a desperate mix of veterans, Volkssturm militia, Hitler Youth boys, and Luftwaffe ground crews.
I want to use this short stay at the station to send you and the children my last greetings before going into the great battle. We are going directly into the major fight that broke out on the Vistula a few days ago. I'm very hopeful that I will come out of this unscathed again. Now it's time to prove what I have learned in my training. Keep yourself healthy and cheerful. And don't worry so much about me. It will be all right. The Red Hordes are at our door, threatening everything we hold dear, but they will not pass. We will stand as a wall of steel, and every inch of our sacred soil will be dearly bought with their blood. For the Führer, for the fatherland, and for you, my dear heart, I will fight to my last breath.
Even as the Reich imploded around them, film crews continued to record interviews with members of the German armed forces.
Da kommt ein Melder zu mir, nach Lage und Lob. Stabstöcke, die Rufen sind da. Ich sag, na, seid ihr mal ruhig, Junge, das wird nicht so schlimm sein. Ich schnappte mir meine Panzerfaust und sah schon den Brocken vor mir stehen, ungefähr so 10, 12 Meter vor mir, war ein T-34. Ich ließ noch etwas näher kommen, setzte meine Panzerfaust auf die Schulter und drückte ruhig ab und peng, lag er da. Die Mannschaft holte dabei aus, schoss gleich mit der LP hinterher und legte sich auch gleich noch um.
Aware that the main Soviet offensive would come from the Kuskri bridgehead, General Henrique concentrated his strongest forces at the Zilo Heights, 90 kilometers east of Berlin. As the Red Army completed its final preparations, the German defenders awaited the storm that was sure to come.
For the first time in my life, I heard the authentic hurrah of attacking Soviet riflemen directly in front of me. An SS unit had dug in halfway up the steep slope ahead of us. The firing persisted and grew closer. The two of us were huddled in our foxhole, still unable to make out what was happening in front of us. Suddenly, something soft landed on the steam helmet of the man next to me. At the same moment, a loud scream pierced the air from our front. Then we realized that the severed finger of the screaming SS man had been flung into our foxhole. It now lay on the ground beneath us. We lay in the undergrowth, keeping our heads down. Directly in front of me lay two very young SS men. One of them had been wounded by a bullet lodged in his ankle. I could clearly hear what they were saying. They exchanged only a few words. Then the wounded man said to his comrade, "Take care," to his Luger, and shot himself in the head.
As the German war effort continued to unravel, Nazi attempts to slow the collapse culminated in a new wave of terror. Displaying a white flag became a potential death sentence, with SS squads and party fanatics summarily executing civilians accused of treachery. At the same time, military police and special units ruthlessly hunted down straggling soldiers. Any man found away from the front without justification faced a death sentence.
Vehicle stopped, and then, my God, Sherman himself pushes through the brush. Couldn't believe it. Just my luck. He runs on me instantly. Ouch! Where are you taking this vehicle? Tried to explain calmly. Sir, commander and gunner kills, taking me back for replacement. He cut me off, face like thunder. Rear? You dogs. Forfeited your lives. I'll shoot you all right here. Out! The other two lads tumbled out, shaking like leaves. Schöner points right at me. You die with him, cowardice. I felt sick. Really thought that was it for all of us. I had to think fast. General, these two are the only crew left. I'm not with them. I'm Großdeutschland. Just brought supplies up. Helped the driver out of the ditches. Shoved my sword book at him, praying he'd look properly. He actually took it, scanned through it, pausing at my decorations page. Looked back at me, then grunted. Großdeutschland, huh? Seen some action. Fine. Mercy before justice this time. Get back where you belong. Felt like I could breathe again. Mad. Utterly mad. Close call. Too close. Schöner's terrifying reputation is well deserved. Glad to be back with my own people. Heading back now. Definitely need a schnapps after that.
In the early hours of the 16th of April, the Soviets' final offensive on Berlin began.
Woken at 4 a.m. by the Russian barrage. Unbelievable noise. Every time we tried to leave the dugout for the APC, flashes lit up the dark right beside us. Dirt and shrapnel flying everywhere. Seems the battery had zeroed right in on our command post. Finally managed the 70 meters across the field without getting hit. The infernal shelling lasted until 6 a.m. When it finally quietened down, we cautiously risked a look over the edge of the heights, down into the older lowlands. My God, what we saw made our blood run cold. A solid wave of heavy Soviet tanks, stretching as far as we could see in the grey dawn light, engines roaring, tracks clattering, then a second wave behind them, and swarms, absolute swarms of infantry running forward.
The battle for the Zilor Heights became a brutal ordeal, lasting days, and resulted in enormous casualties on both sides.
It felt like an age before our own guns finally answered, the first shells coming overhead towards the enemy. From the crest of the ridge, our dug-in flak guns, barrels depressed almost flat, unleashed devastating fire. Tank after tank blew up, thick black smoke pouring out. Ivans riding on top were just swept off like flies. The ones who survived kept coming, yelling like banshees. Luftwaffe crews poured fire into the clusters of Red Army soldiers. Right before our eyes, the attack started to falter. Some tanks did manage to get through the initial wall of fire, trying to roll up the slope along the Reichsstraße towards Zelo, but our lads with Panzerfausts knocked them out. By the time it was fully light, the first assault had been thrown back.
After 4 days of heavy fighting, the German lines finally cracked. The road to Berlin was open. Meanwhile, in the west, the situation for 300,000 German soldiers who had been encircled by the Allies in the Ruhr pocket had become desperate. Faced with dwindling supplies and under constant attack, large numbers of German troops began surrendering. But not everyone was willing to go quietly. General Field Marshal Walter Moog, also trapped in the pocket, continued to lead resistance until taking his own life on the 21st of April. While Model's act inspired some officers to follow suit, it could not prevent the inevitable, and the pocket collapsed in one of the largest mass surrenders on the Western Front, sealing the fate of Army Group B.
Can this truly be the end of Germany? I simply cannot believe it. I still cling to the hope of America, the turning tide. To witness that day and to play a part in it, I will fight my way eastwards, even if it means abandoning my homeland and my family here in the West. Lang lebe Deutschland!
16th of April 1945. Hiding alone in a damp cellar near Remscheid. Yesterday, the Hauptmann assembled what was left of us and gave the final orders. Paybooks are to be issued. The guns, signals, and technical equipment must be destroyed. Rations are to be shared out, and all the men are dismissed. The advice is to try and break out north to the Elbe front, if possible, in small groups of no more than 3. But I couldn't face that, nor could I follow Oberleutnant Bielau and young Bodenstedt, who chose their pistols over capture or whatever lay ahead. Their choice unnerves me, but I don't have the stomach for it. I'm heading west, trying to reach our farm near Linnich. The thought of home is the only thing keeping me going.
As Allied troops began appearing in newly conquered German towns and villages, the sounds of war were suddenly replaced with the uneasy quiet of occupation. In the small village of Neger, near Olpe, in West Germany, a local school teacher tasked his young pupils, aged just 6 to 14, with writing down what they had experienced in the final terrifying days of the war.
Mama let us go into the kitchen, and we grabbed the white pieces of paper they'd given us. We ran out, waving them around and shouting, "I surrender!" Then, an American armored car came round the corner. When they saw us waving the papers, they pointed their cannon right at us. It was to frighten us, I think. We started, running back inside as fast as we could. We could hear the Americans laughing. After a while, we were allowed outside again, but told to be very careful. Later, 3 American soldiers came back. They had a German soldier with them, their prisoner. He had to keep his hands up the whole time. I got a close look at his face. It was strange, partly angry, maybe because he had to give up, but also full of sadness, shame, and pain, all mixed together.
On April the 20th, his 56th birthday, Hitler stepped out of the Führerbunker for the last time, into a Berlin already in ruin. Outside, the world he had created was collapsing. Inside, the fantasy he clung to was about to be shattered. On that same day, Soviet artillery of the First Belarusian Front commenced their bombardment of the city. A photograph, a chilling relic of that day, captures Hitler surveying the bomb-ravaged Reichstag. This, the last known photograph of the Führer, stands as a stark testament to the utter devastation he had wrought. A final, haunting portrait of a man and a nation on the brink of oblivion.
Je hebt espresso alsjeblieft. En dan heb je espresso voor Daan, latte voor Marit, een pot zet het helemaal niet over het boek Espresso-machines. De volautomatische espresso-machine van KitchenAid. Nu met warme en koude koffiedranken van beste kwaliteit.
Bij normaal kopje is restaurant wat voor maar €1. Normale prijs €1.
The following day, on the 21st of April, Soviet forces arrived at the shattered suburbs of Berlin. The nerve center of the thousand-year Reich was within striking distance. Marshal Zhukov, relentless in his drive, was determined to seize the capital without delay.
The city is humming like a swarm of bees. Now it's kicking off. In Berlin, you can hear the Russian guns. Everywhere on the streets, one encounters field gendarmes looking for runaways and deserters who are sentenced on the spot. On a corner of a house, there's a broadsheet with an order of the Führer. Whoever gives the order to retreat is to be arrested and shot immediately. And I am based in a small bunker of the Reichspropaganda Ministry with the local NSDAP group Urban of the Kreuzberg district, and I'm waiting to be employed. I don't feel well among these old party members, and I find it sickening that so many of them are drunk. Suddenly a radio starts blaring marching music, and then we are all listening to Goebbels' speech.
Meine Berliner Volksgenossen und Volksgenossinnen. Am vergangenen Sonntag begannen die Bolschewisten ihre Großoffensive an der Oderfront. Berlin ist ihr Ziel. Die Eroberung der Reichshauptstadt soll Stalin eine wichtige Trumpfkarte im politischen Spiel der Alliierten in die Hand geben. Und damit ist der Kampf um die Reichshauptstadt ein Kampf um Deutschland und um Europa geworden. In heldenhafter Abwehr haben unsere tapferen Divisionen und Volkssturmmänner in den vergangenen Tagen den Sowjets schwerste Verluste zugefügt. Ihr aufopferungsvoller Einsatz hat jedoch nicht verhindern können, dass die Bolschewisten an die äußeren Verteidigungslinien der Reichshauptstadt herangekommen sind. Damit ist Berlin zur Frontstadt geworden. Verteidiger Berlin, auf euch ist die Pflicht eurer Frauen, eurer Mütter und eurer Kinder gerichtet. Wir haben euch ihr Leben, ihr Glück, ihre Gesundheit und ihre Zukunft anvertraut. Ihr kennt jetzt eure Aufgabe und ich weiß, ihr werdet sie vorbildlich erfüllen. Die Stunde eurer Bewährung ist da. Mit der militärischen Verteidigung der Reichshauptstadt wurde Generalleutnant Reimann beauftragt. Der ist Träger des Eichendorfs im Ritterkreuz des Eisernen Kreuzes. Seiner in diesem Kriege oft bewährten Führung können sich alle Soldaten und Volkssturmmänner bedingungslos anvertrauen. Ich bleibe mit meinen Mitarbeitern selbstverständlich in Berlin. Auch meine Frau und meine Kinder sind hier und bleiben hier. Mit allen Mitteln werde ich die Verteidigung der Reichshauptstadt aktivieren. Mein Denken und Handeln wird eurem Wohl in der Abwehr unseres gemeinsamen Feindes. An den Mauern unserer Stadt wird und muss der Mongolensturm gebrochen werden. Unser Kampf wird das Fanal sein für den entschlossensten Kampf der ganzen Nation.
Hitler had declared the city a Festung, a fortress to be defended to the bitter end. Every able-bodied Berliner was ordered to take up arms. Refusal was punishable by death. At the heart of this doomed defense stood 60,000 Volkssturm fighters, old men and teenage boys.
April 21st, the Russian verdict. We, about 100 Volkssturm men and just a few regular soldiers, are inadequately prepared for what's coming. We have little hope of being able to stop the enemy effectively and spare worry of being spread. The attack on our position begins. Faced with our resistance, the Russians initially halt their advance. Fierce firefight leads to the first deaths on our side. The among some of the Volkssturm men, fear and incipient panic appeared noticeable. And give the order to withdraw.
28 April. The barrage is now so devastatingly dense that one can only advance rapidly from house to house. As I finally approach the Königstor, I notice something strange from afar. On the air raid trenches in front of the Bartholomäusbrücke, 5 men are standing as stiff and still as if in a drill exercise, while shells are happening everywhere around them. Barely 100 meters away, I call out excitedly from a doorway where I'm waiting for a brief lull in the firing. Take cover! Get into the trenches quickly! No answer. Nothing moves. As I get closer, I recoil in shock. The 5 men are dead. Only from a distance did it look as if they were standing on the parapet in the trenches. In reality, they are hanging from the trees behind the trenches. One has a sign on his chest. We were too cowardly to protect Berlin from the Bolsheviks. We hoisted the white flag and with that betrayed Greater Germany and the Führer. Therefore, we had to die dishonorably.
On the 29th of April, deep in the Führer bunker, Adolf Hitler dictated his final political testament and private will, married Eva Braun, expelled Goering and Himmler from the Nazi Party, and appointed Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz as Reich President and Supreme Commander. The next day, April 30th, Hitler and Eva Braun retreated to their private suite for the final time. Shortly after, they were both confirmed dead. As per Hitler's instructions, aides carried their bodies up to the Reich Chancellery Garden, where their remains were soaked with petrol and burned to prevent Soviet capture. They would not be the only ones to commit suicide. Across Germany, in the war's final days, thousands of civilians, German men, women, and children, whole families, would take their own lives, choosing death over life in defeat. All the while, fierce fighting engulfed the city and was soon nearing the Chancellery complex itself.
At the street intersection Schönhauser Allee, corner Pappel Allee, a large group is forming. Hardly anyone among those gathering there knew what it was about. But then it spread quickly, one telling the other. Hitler is said to be dead. At the head of the group appears Oberstleutnant Hoffmann, the commander of the Flakhaus Friedrichshain, Humboldtheim and Zoo. He tells us that Hitler committed suicide 2 days ago.
On the afternoon of May the 1st, North German radio announced the death of Adolf Hitler and appointment of Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz as his successor. That was followed by a speech by the Admiral calling for the German people to continue the fight against the Allies.
Aus dem Führerhauptquartier wird gemeldet, dass unser Führer Adolf Hitler heute Nachmittag seinen Befehlsstand der Reichskanzlei bis zum letzten Atemzuge gegen den Bolschewismus kämpfen für Deutschland gefallen ist. Am 30. April hat der Führer den Großadmiral Dönitz zu seinem Nachfolger ernannt. Der Großadmiral und Nachfolger des Führers richten zum deutschen Volk. Meine erste Aufgabe ist es, deutsche Menschen vor der Vernichtung und die vordrängenden bolschewistischen Feinde zu retten. Nur für dieses Ziel geht der militärische Kampf weiter. Soweit und solange die Erreichung dieses Zieles durch die Briten und Amerikaner behindert wird, werden wir uns auch gegen sie weiter verteidigen und weiter kämpfen müssen. Die Angloamerikaner kämpfen dann im Krieg nicht mehr für ihre eigenen Völker, sondern allein die Ausbreitung des
But even as Dönitz called for continued defiance, the heart of Berlin had been irrevocably lost. On the same day, Red Army soldiers overran the devastated Reich Chancellery and entered the Führerlager. Within the wreckage, they discovered the charred bodies of Joseph and Magda Goebbels, along with the bodies of their 6 children. Nearby, they found the severely burned remains of Adolf and Eva Hitler. With this, the last German soldiers, trapped within the ruins of the city, began to surrender. The savage battle that had consumed the city, block by block, life by life, ground to a bloody halt. On the 8th of May, Dönitz's voice returned to the radio, this time to inform the German public of Germany's capitulation. Effective from 1 minute past midnight, the 9th of May, the war in Europe was officially over.
Männer und Frauen. In meiner Ansprache am 1. Mai, in der ich den Welterfolg zum Todesführer in meinem Stimme zu seinen Nachfolgern spreche, habe ich es als meine erste Aufgabe bezeichnet, das Leben deutscher Menschen zu retten. Um dieses Ziel zu erreichen, habe ich in der Nacht vom 6. zum 7. Mai die Schülerkommando der Wehrmacht zum Auftrag gegeben, die bedingungslose Kapitulation für alle Grenzen auf allen Kriegsvorschriften zu erfüllen. Am 8. Mai, 23 Uhr, weisen wir das. Die umstehenden Schlacht, in der es den Soldaten der deutschen Wehrmacht treten den sicheren Weg an die Gefangenschaft an und bringen damit das letzte Opfer für das Leben von Frauen und Kindern und für die Zukunft unseres Volkes. Wir müssen den Tatsachen klar ins Gesicht sehen. Die Grundlagen, auf denen das Deutsche Reich sich aufbaute, sind vergessen. Die Einheit von Staat und Partei dazwischen steht. Die Partei ist vom Fortschritt ihrer Wirksamkeit abgedeckt.
Geen woorden, maar kaas. De Rotterdamse oude.
Scoren doe je met Evans. Met private en zakelijke leasedeals van Evans rijd je door vanaf €269 per maand. Kies snel uit een verwinnende selectie en vind een auto die bij je past. Score op evans.com. Evans, better with every move.
The 1,000-year ride had lasted barely 12. Its architect, Adolf Hitler, was dead. Germany lay physically and morally shattered, a landscape of rubble and ash. Though victory in Europe was celebrated on May the 8th, fierce fighting continued for days as Soviet forces crushed the last pockets of German resistance in the east. On the 9th of May, from a makeshift broadcasting station situated in the post office, the so-called Reichssender Flensburg transmitted the final Wehrmacht report. Then there was radio silence.
Kein Schimmerlack, glauben nun an alles brechen die Waffen. Als der Führer Griff hat die Reich, hat die Wehrmacht den aussichtslos verlorenen Kampf eingestellt. Damit ist das fast 6-jährige heldenhafte Ringen zu Ende. Es hat uns große Siege, aber auch schwere Niederlagen gebracht. Die deutsche Wehrmacht ist am Ende eine gewaltige Übermacht, ehrenvoll und erlegen.
Today has wrapped a green, blossoming, colorful ribbon around the dead city. In the ruins, the noise of weapons has fallen silent, and the spring storm chases away the smell of fire, decay, and transience. It caresses the foreheads of the still unburied dead be they soldiers, men, women, girls, or children. That was the end of all glory. Scorn and derision for a homicidal, abnormal, foolish madman who, surrounded by megalomaniac, heartless criminals without soul or mind, wanted to exterminate races, conquer and plunder a wealth, destroy all that was reasonable and just, and brought nameless misery upon the world.
Sharp is your technology partner. Our decades of experience, IT services and solutions, and secure technology create digital experiences that work in step with your future. Sharp, connecting people and technology.
The message from his top spy in Japan, assuring him the Japanese had no such intention. Immediately, more than 30 divisions began moving west along the Trans-Siberian Railway to Moscow. They were well equipped and well trained in winter fighting. By early December, more than 500,000 extra men were in position near the cannon. On December the 5th, just as the Germans were abandoning their attempt to capture Moscow, they were hit by a savage Russian attack. First came a massive Soviet artillery barrage. Then swarms of Soviet T-34s crashed through the German defenses. Stunned by the savagery of the attack by an enemy they had assumed was on the ropes, the Germans fell back. For the next 7 days, the Soviet troops tore into the German forces. For Hitler, who had only reluctantly agreed to halt the attack on Moscow, it was a terrible blow. On December the 19th, he sacked his overall commander-in-chief, Field Marshal Walter von Brauchitsch, and assumed command himself. Heinz Guderian was also sacked, along with 35 other senior officers. Hitler now ordered that there would be no more retreats. The German troops should fight, and if necessary die, where they stood. It worked. The German line gradually steadied. But Stalin, elated by the Red Army's success, now demanded a massive advance across the whole front. Marshal Zhukov, one of Stalin's most trusted commanders, tried to dissuade him, but Stalin was determined. For the next 4 months, fighting swerved inconclusively around the German defensive positions. For Hitler, this was a very uncomfortable situation. He was used to and expected quick results. Now he was dangerously bogged down in the Soviet Union and facing an enemy that never seemed to give up. Nor was Russia his only enemy. On December the 7th, 1941, Germany's ally Japan attacked the United States without warning. Hitler, with almost no thought, also declared war on the US. With no advanced planning, he had taken on a massive new enemy. As 1941 became 1942, Hitler remained determined to go on the offensive again in Russia. But he needed a new strategy. The original plan of fighting across the whole front was no longer tenable. Moreover, as his economic advisors told him, Germany's oil supplies were running low. So he decided to halt the attacks in the north and instead head for Russia's oil fields in the south. The initial plan for Operation Blue, as it was called, envisaged an assault south of Kharkov, with Army Group A swinging down to seize the oil fields, while Army Group B covered its flank along the River Don. Straight away, there was a brutal encounter with Soviet forces trying to retake Kharkov. Another 200,000 Soviet troops were captured. 70,000 were killed. As part of the same operation, the Germans tightened their siege of the port of Sebastopol in the Crimea. For 8 months, the defenders had been under constant bombardment from German artillery, including a massive 400mm railway gun. In late June 1942, Sebastopol finally fell to the Germans. It was now safe to head for the oil fields.
Stel je voor dat je espresso van barista-kwaliteit kon krijgen met een druk op een knop. Iced bij warm weer, warm bij koud weer. Is dit dan jezelf verwachten? Tipje heet, koffie van barista-kwaliteit. Nu ook iced.
On June the 28th, the offensive began. Army Group B forced its way through to the River Don and advanced along its western bank. Army Group A faced stronger resistance. But by July the 9th, it was close to Rostov. Hitler now made a series of what would turn out to be serious strategic blunders. As Army Group B made its way along the Don, the Führer ordered it to capture Stalingrad, even though the city had no immediate strategic significance. The army had suddenly been given a massive new task. 2 weeks later, Hitler compounded his misjudgment. Frustrated by the slow progress of the campaign in the Caucasus, he diverted the bulk of his panzers down to the mountains. The march on Stalingrad slowed noticeably. The reinforced Army Group A now raced across the Caucasus to within 70 miles of the chasm, threatening to cut off all the Soviet armies in the air. But then Hitler changed his mind again. Enraged by Army Group B's slow progress to Stalingrad, he now ordered the panzers back up north. On August the 9th, Army Group A seized the first of the southern oil fields at Maidan. It found them comprehensively trashed. But without reinforcements, it could get no further, and the huge oil fields in the central Caucasus and those near the Caspian Sea remained beyond its grasp. But by now, Hitler's attention had shifted again. In late August, German forces were within striking distance of Stalingrad. The assault on the city, which bore the name of Hitler's arch-enemy, had begun. It would be one of the most crucial battles of World War II. On August the 17th, 1942, General Friedrich Paulus's Sixth Army crossed the Don and began a final push on Stalingrad. Six days later, one panzer thrust had reached the Volga River just north of the city, and German forces were fighting in the outer suburbs. Hitler seemed poised for a famous victory. Stalingrad was an important industrial center. It straggled for more than 12 miles along the west bank of the river. Its factories produced over a quarter of the Soviet Union's tractors and trucks, as well as tanks and guns. The Russian people had turned it into a formidable fortress. They had been helped by Hitler's decision to send Army Group B's panzers to the south. This had given them another 2 weeks to prepare. The German plan was to make a direct assault on the city. Now began one of the most prolonged and intense battles of World War II. Slowly, the Germans edged forward, street by street, with Stuka dive bombs blitzing just ahead. The fighting was savage, house to house, room by room. The Soviet defenders used the sewers for shelter and communications, and the ruins above for sniping. Russian reinforcements had to be brought across the river. assault from the air. But even so, thousands got through. By late September, the Germans had pushed their way through most of the city, almost to the bomb. For Hitler, the capture of Stalingrad was now an obsession. On October the 4th, 1942, General Paulus launched what was meant to be the final assault on Stalingrad. Tanks led the way, grinding over the rubble and firing point blank to courtyards. One German officer said, "The advance is measured in corpses, not meters." German victories seemed certain, but in fact, the Germans were dangerously overextended. By mid-November, the Soviet army was bringing in reinforcements. More than 1 million troops, 13,500 guns, 900 tanks, and over 1,000 aircraft were secretly moved to the battle zone. On November the 19th, they attacked the Germans' northern flank. After a massive artillery barrage, the T-34s and assault infantry burst through the German positions. Now, it was the Germans who surrendered in their thousands. The next day, a Soviet assault in the south was equally successful. And on November the 23rd, these pincer movements met west of Stalingrad, cutting off the German Sixth Army. General Paulus, in charge of the German forces, could have broken out, but Hitler ordered him to stand and fight. The Führer had been assured by the Luftwaffe that sufficient supplies could be airlifted into Stalingrad. This was enough for him to announce that the German positions must hold out until relief. To help Paulus, Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, the overall German commander in the region, launched Operation Winter Storm on December the 12th. It was an attempt by the German panzers to break the Soviet encirclement of the city. For 2 days it went well, but then Red Army resistance increased. By December the 23rd, the German rescue attempt had ground to a halt about 30 miles from the city. Manstein advised the beleaguered Paulus to attempt to break out of Stalingrad. But Paulus wanted Hitler's permission. This was refused. It was probably too late anyway. Marshal Zhukov now unleashed the next stage of his Nazi plan. It was a massive assault on the Panzer Relief Operation. The Panzers were pushed back, away from the city. And by the end of December, all hope of relieving the German forces in Stalingrad had gone. Worse still, plans to airlift aid into the city were a fiasco. The German troops needed 700 tons of supplies a day to survive. They never received more than 80. The weather was too bad, and the Red Air Force now commanded the skies. Steadily, the Soviet troops squeezed in on the encircled Germans. 200,000 men. On January the 8th, the Soviets called on the Germans to surrender. They refused. On January the 31st, 1943, Paulus was forced to surrender. Over 100,000 men stumbled off into captivity. Only 5,000 would ever return to Germany.
Met Anna van Beersje. Uw alarm gaat aan. Geen nodig hoor. Er is een bal door de ruit gegaan. Ik denk dat het je vriendskinderen zijn.
Ja, ik ben momenteel niet thuis, een paar dagen weg.
Geen punt. Zal ik u in contact brengen met uw klaszetter?
Ja, graag. Dankjewel.
Geen probleem. Fijne wedstrijd. Zomerduur nu tot 50% wordt in de op- en houdplaatsen. Ga naar harryshirt.nl.
Stalingrad had been a bloody battle. The Germans had been savage. They had lost some 300,000 of their men and at least as many of their allies. The Russians had lost about the same number, including thousands of civilians. It was Germany's greatest catastrophe in the war so far, but it wouldn't be the last. The Red Army was now inflicting massive defeats on Hitler's forces across the whole Eastern Front. Stalingrad had been a great triumph for the Soviet Army. Now its operational commander, Marshal Zhukov, set his sights on Germany's Army Group A, still camped in the Caucasus. Soviet troops crossed their way west of Stalingrad, and by early December 1942 were within 120 miles of Rostov. There was a real possibility all the German forces in the south would be cut off. With little choice, Hitler reluctantly gave Army Group A permission to fall back. Over the next month, the Germans fought a skillful rearguard action. Hundreds of thousands of troops withdrew. Then, on January the 12th, 1943, Zhukov launched an all-out assault. The Soviets attacked along a 500-mile front. Outnumbered 7-1, von Manstein, the overall commander of German forces in the region, fought a brilliant mobile retreat. But by the end of February, the Red Army had recaptured both Kursk and the nearby city of Kharkov. This Russian winter offensive had struck a crippling blow to German power. Over a matter of months, it had lost 1 million men and vast numbers of tanks and guns. The Red Army still had enormous reserves of manpower. It was also benefiting from a huge increase in weapons production and aid from the United States and Britain. The Germans also no longer had the technological upper hand. The T-34 tank was more than a match for the Panzer Mark IV. And they also had the terrifying Katyusha multiple rocket system, which shattered German troops. Yet Hitler refused to give up hope. He still dreamed of a preemptive summer assault that would throw the Soviet Union off balance and regain the initiative. The city of Kursk seemed the obvious place to start. Here, the Soviet assault had pushed a bulge deep into the German lines. It looked totally exposed. Hitler decided it should be cut off and annihilated. He also had an ace. The German counterattack would be led by a new generation of German tanks, specially designed to combat the formidable Russian T-34. The massive but slow 55-ton Tiger had a lethal 88mm gun, and its frontal armor made it almost impervious to Soviet tank guns. And then there was the faster 43-ton Panther with a new 75mm gun, also capable of knocking out the T-34. These tanks were so new, Hitler was forced to delay the attack whilst sufficient numbers were manufactured and delivered to the front. But even as the German forces began to assemble, the Soviet commander, Marshal Zhukov, guessed what was about to happen. Soon afterwards, he received information from a Soviet spy ring inside the German High Command, confirming the site of the attack. Zhukov ordered the construction of a series of defensive lines with anti-tank ditches, minefields, and deep belts of barbed wire. He also massively built up Soviet forces in the area, pulling in troops and tanks from less vulnerable parts of the front. By the eve of the assault on Kursk, the Germans were hugely outnumbered by Soviet defenders, who also knew exactly when the Germans would attack. On July the 5th, 1943, just as the German troops prepared to assault, they were hit by a huge Soviet artillery bombardment. Even so, the next morning, the panzers still rolled forward. But this time, they were up against a well-entrenched enemy. There was no realistic chance of a lightning blitzkrieg breakthrough. The results were disastrous. In the north, the German army gained a mere 6 miles with a loss of 25,000 men and more than 200 tanks. In the south, the Germans fared a little better. A wreck 25 miles deep was driven into the Soviet defenses, but it also came at a high price. 10,000 men were killed and 350 tanks destroyed. But for a brief moment, it looked as if a German breakthrough might be possible. Then Zhukov flew in his reserves. On July the 12th, 1943, 900 tanks charged into the German flank. Almost 2,000 tanks now engaged in what was the largest armoured battle of World War II. The Soviet T-34s drove into the German lines and opened fire at point-blank range. After a single day of brutal combat, the Germans had lost a further 350 tanks and were retreating. Meanwhile, overhead, there was an epic air battle. Eventually, the Soviet Air Force established supremacy over the Luftwaffe. Now the Russians could unleash their formidable Ilyushin IL-2 Stormovik attack fleets. By July the 23rd, the Germans had lost any ground they could gain, but with it, the crew of their army. Hitler's adventure at Kursk had cost him at least 50,000 troops and more than 700 tanks. Never again would the Germans launch a major offensive on the Eastern Front. The Russians had turned the tide of the war. At 7:56 on the morning of December the 7th, 1941, Japanese aircraft swooped down over Hawaii. Their target, the U.S. Pacific Fleet, had anchored at its base at Pearl Harbor. Five U.S. ships were hitting each. A few minutes later, more Japanese aircraft joined them. By 8:35, 2 U.S. battleships were sinking, 2 had capsized, and 2 were badly damaged. The 7th battleship, the Nevada, slipped her moorings and was heading out to sea when she too was caught and forced to beach. Simultaneously, Japanese Zero fighters strafed U.S. aircraft lined up on the island's airstrips. They also also shot up nearby army barracks. By the end of the attack, dozens of US warships had been sunk or damaged. 188 aircraft were also destroyed. The next day, US President Franklin Roosevelt declared war on Japan.
The unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
The stage was set. Could Japan knock out the United States with a swift blow before the huge might of America ground it down? It would become one of the great conflicts of World War II. Japan's first steps towards war had come in August 1940. Capitalizing on France's defeat in Europe, it seized control of air bases in the north of the French colony of Indochina. It was looking for a quick and easy expansion of its empire. A year later, it issued an ultimatum demanding the use of all French air bases throughout Indochina. When the French hesitated, the Japanese invaded and seized control of the entire colony. Japan felt the consequences almost immediately. The United States froze its overseas financial assets, effectively robbing the country of its ability to buy oil. Japan faced a choice: climb down and lose face, or seize more territory and up the stakes. For a new Japanese government, under the aggressive General Hideki Tojo, there was no question about which course to take. The Japanese army and navy commanders were told to prepare for a swift war to occupy all the far eastern territories controlled by Britain, France, the Netherlands, and the United States. The country was expecting a swift victory. Japan saw the Americans, in particular, as a nation of pleasure lovers with no stomach for a lengthy war and heavy casualties. The Japanese military calculated that if they could destroy the US Pacific Fleet, the US would quickly sue for peace. It was now that they decided to attack Pearl Harbor. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, commander of the Japanese Combined Fleet, was put in charge. He had 10 battleships, 10 aircraft carriers, and the world's most advanced naval aircraft. Against him, the US Pacific Fleet had 8 World War I vintage battleships and 2 carriers. Yamamoto planned the attack with great care. He would hit the US fleet in Pearl Harbor on a Sunday, since, according to intelligence reports, it usually spent the weekends in port. In total radio silence, the Japanese strike force gathered in Tankan Bay, the northerly Korean Islands. fleet set sail on November the 26th, 1941. Meanwhile, as a decoy, Japanese negotiators arrived in Washington to discuss a possible Japanese withdrawal from China. The Japanese fleet refueled after several days at sea. 3 days later, it was off Hawaii. The Americans were still blissfully unaware that anything was wrong. At 6 a.m. on December the 7th, after the final briefing, the first wave of Japanese aircraft took off. As the Japanese aircraft dived into the attack, U.S. personnel were still just stirring on a fine Sunday morning. It was all over in less than 2¼ hours. Yamamoto's plan had worked like a dream. Or had it? There was only one problem. The US fleet's 2 aircraft carriers had not been in Pearl Harbor at the time and had escaped the attack. Yamamoto's main aim of crippling the US Pacific Fleet had only partially succeeded. The US naval air power in the region was still intact. But in the United States, there was shock and disbelief. It quickly turned into a mood of fury and determination. Angry mobs attacked the Japanese embassy. Japan had disturbed the sleeping giant. The U.S. Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, spoke for many.
The Japs started this war. We are going to finish it.
Yet before the U.S. could mobilize its full strength, the Japanese were to inflict more humiliating defeats on the Western Allies. In December 1941, as America was licking its wounds after Pearl Harbor, Japan launched a series of attacks on Western colonies in Southeast Asia. It thought it had knocked out America. Now it moved against Britain and its colonies. The first to be hit was Malaya, where the Japanese force came ashore in the northeast of the country. The plan was that it should make its way south down the east coast. The invasion force was met by a contingent of British Indian troops. But after a day of fighting, they were brushed aside. Meanwhile, further north in Thailand, a second Japanese landing was unopposed. 30,000 Japanese troops were soon making their way down the western coast of Malaya. The target of the two groups, Singapore, the center of British military and political rule in the Far East. had turned the island into what it believed was an impregnable fortress. But all the guns pointed south, out to sea. The Japanese were approaching by land from the north. Yet British military commanders remained remarkably untroubled. They didn't rate the Japanese as fighting men and believed the Malay jungle was, anyway, virtually impassable. But the Japanese had other ideas. To soften up Singapore, they attacked the city from the air. Britain sent the new battleship Prince of Wales and a battlecruiser, Repulse, to attack Japanese troop convoys. They were met by Japanese bombers. Both warships were sunk in less than 2 hours. Almost 1,000 of their crew were lost. It was the greatest British naval disaster of World War II. In an era of aircraft carriers, it was now clear the battleship, for years the mainstay of the British Navy, had had its day. Back on land, the Japanese continued to head south towards Singapore. On January the 11th, 1942, Kuala Lumpur was captured. The British forces fell back and withdrew to Singapore. There were now about 100,000 British soldiers to defend them. They faced a force of only 30,000 Japanese. Even without their big guns, the British should have been able to hold up. The Japanese launched an assault in early February. It was supported by more airstrikes. The British defence was soon reduced to chaos. Civilian casualties began to escalate. Four days later, the Japanese had pushed through the last of the British defensive lines. The commander, General Arthur Percival, surrendered with over 90,000 men. Never in the history of the British Army had a commander in charge of such a large force had to surrender, and to an enemy general whose force was outnumbered more than 3 to 1. Britain's 200-year-old power and prestige in the Far East had been wiped out in just 10 years. But it wasn't the only event. Elsewhere in Southeast Asia, the Japanese forces were equally triumphant. The British garrison in Hong Kong fought for 2 weeks before succumbing to a Japanese invasion. In the Philippines, America fared no better. Here, a preemptive bombing raid caught large numbers of US aircraft neatly lined up at Clark Field. Most were destroyed. 2 days later, with US air power virtually non-existent, Japanese troops began to land. The local Philippine troops melted away. The Japanese advanced rapidly. 10 days later, Manila was captured. The US soldiers were forced to withdraw to the Bataan Peninsula. Here they hoped to hold out until a relief force could be sent. It never came. On April 3rd, 1942, Japanese troops launched a major assault on US positions. After 4 days heavy fighting, they broke through. The Americans surrendered 2 days later. That left just one British colony in the region, Burma. In early 1942, Japanese forces pushed into the south of the country. The British defences had been utterly neglected. There were only some 15,000 men defending the country. They were no match for the Japanese. The Allied troops mounted a brief but doomed resistance. Less than 2 months after invading Burma, the Japanese had seized the capital, Rangoon. 8 weeks later, the British had been pushed entirely out of the country. In just under 6 months, the Japanese had seized control of the whole eastern rim of the Pacific. Their oriental blitzkrieg had been swift and crushing. Yet already there were warning signs that they were not as powerful as they had been. On April 18, 1942, 4 months after Pearl Harbor, America struck back at the Japanese. US bombers flying low over Tokyo dropped bombs on the city close to the Emperor's palace. Others struck Yokohama, Kobe, and Nagoya. The raid, authorized by President Roosevelt himself, was daring in the extreme. The B-25 Mitchell bombers had not been designed to be launched from aircraft carriers. They barely managed to lumber off the deck of the USS Hornet, which had brought them to within 700 miles of the Japanese capital. But that didn't diminish their effectiveness in the air. In Japan, the raids caused profound shock. After their runaway successes of the past 4 months, they had never expected an attack on their homeland. Japan's military planners now decided to extend the country's defenses. If they could seize additional strategic outposts in the Pacific, they could attack and destroy Allied forces before they even came close to the home. Japan already controlled much of the Chinese coast, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. They had also seized the Dutch East Indies. Now they decided to strike south and attack Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, and east to take the island of Midway in the middle of the Pacific. It would mean the homeland was surrounded by a string of fortified positions. Yet even as Japan was planning its move, its operations were severely compromised, though it only realized this after the war. The United States had broken its military and diplomatic codes. By spring 1942, the US Navy's code-breaking team in Hawaii was reading enough messages to give it a remarkably accurate insight into Japan's intentions. So it was that the US Commander-in-Chief in the region, Admiral Chester Nimitz, learned the details and timing of Japan's planned invasions of the Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea. If successful, they would cut off Australia from their allies. The Japanese bombing raid on Darwin had already caused widespread fear of an invasion. In early May 1942, the Japanese plan to widen its defensive perimeter was launched. They seized the Solomon Islands. Two days later, the Japanese carrier force entered the Coral Sea in preparation for the main assault on Papua New Guinea. But this time, the Americans had anticipated. Admiral Nimitz had ordered 2 US aircraft carriers and a number of smaller warships into the area. For 2 days, the rival fleets searched for each other. Then, on May the 7th, US aircraft located and sank the Japanese carrier Shogun. The Battle of the Coral Sea was underway. Early the following day, the Japanese responded, unleashing a hail of torpedoes and bombs. To begin with, the US aircraft carrier Yorktown managed to avoid the Japanese torpedoes. But then she took a bomb which penetrated 4 decks before exploding. 37 men were killed. The larger and less maneuverable carrier Lexington was also hit by several bombs as well as 2 torpedoes. She developed a heavy mist and water. The Americans returned fire, attacking the Japanese carrier Shokaku. The first US raid was blunted by Japanese Zero fighters, which forced the US Douglas Devastator bombers to drop their torpedoes too far out. All the torpedoes missed. But the second wave of US dive bombers struck home. The Shokaku's deck was so badly damaged, she could no longer be used by aircraft. After 2 days of fighting, the two forces finally disengaged. That evening, the Lexington, still afloat, suddenly erupted in a huge explosion. There had been an undetected leak of aviation fuel that had caught fire. Amazingly, all but 215 of the nearly 3,000 men on board were rescued. Later that evening, an American torpedo scuttled the burning. The Battle of the Coral Sea was, on paper, a draw. Each side had lost one carrier and had another severely damaged. Strategically, however, it was a major US success. It had prevented the Japanese from seizing more territory, and it had stopped them from isolating Australia. The Battle of the Coral Sea marked a new era in naval tactics. It was the first major sea battle in which the opposing ships were completely out of visual contact. It was fought, instead, by aircraft flying from cannons. It would soon become clear which side had adapted to the new form of naval conflict more successfully. By the late spring of 1942, Japan and America were dead. Japan needed a quick victory if it was not to be ground down by the huge resources of the United States. In mid-May, it began its next route. US codebreakers reported Japanese plans for a new attack. It would be on Target AF, somewhere in the mid-Pacific. The problem for the Americans was that they had no idea where Target AF was. Could it be a reference to Midway Island near Hawaii? An ideal jumping-off point for another attack on the American fleet in Pearl Harbor. The code-breaking team suggested a way to find out. The US Air Base on Midway was instructed to send an uncoded message reporting problems with the island's water system. Almost immediately, the codebreakers intercepted a Japanese signal that Target AF was having water supply problems. Admiral Chester Nimitz now knew exactly where the enemy would strike. The Japanese plan was typically complex. A diversionary attack on the Aleutian Islands in the North Pacific would draw away part of the US fleet. while Midway was seized by an occupation force. The Americans would be obliged to hurriedly commit their carrier force to retaking the island. There they would be annihilated by a huge Japanese naval presence, including 4 large aircraft carriers. It was the second Japanese attempt to wipe out the US Navy in the Pacific within a year. Forewarned, the American carriers left port and moved to a position where they could ambush the Japanese. On June 3rd, 1942, Japanese forces launched the expected attack on the Aleutian Islands. Nimitz didn't respond. Then, early the next morning, the main Japanese carrier force launched a first airstrike on Midway Island to soften up its defenses. US warplanes from the island intercepted them. Most were outdated Brewster Buffaloes and were easily shot down by the more agile Japanese Zero fighters. But the Japanese attack had been blunt. Midway's defenses had not been broken. The Japanese commander, Admiral Chiriki Nagumo, faced a difficult decision. He kept some of his aircraft in reserve, loaded with munitions designed specifically for attacking ships, just in case the US fleet was spotted. Should he now order this reserve to be stripped of its torpedoes and armor-piercing bombs and reload high explosive and fragmentation bombs for a second strike on Midway? It would leave him ill-equipped to take on the US Navy, but he calculated it was a risk worth taking. Then, just as the reloading was underway, he received unwelcome news. A US naval force had been spotted. Was this the US carrier force, or a smaller, less significant fleet of ships? Nagumo was in a dilemma. Should he continue with the second strike on Midway, or should he once again re-equip his bombers to take on the US vessels? Nagumo decided to gamble. He would push ahead with the second strike on Midway. His hope was that when the bombers returned, there would still be time to rearm them to take on the US ships. Even as he weighed the odds, the Japanese carriers were attacked by US bombers. Every available Japanese Zero fighter was scrambled before the US bombers were repelled. Then came another report from reconnaissance planes. The US force did indeed contain aircraft carriers. Nagumo was, once again, on the spot. His aircraft were halfway through reloading, but the US carriers were a much more important target. He took a second hit. He decided to change their weapons yet again to attack the US force. But while he did so, his ships would be sitting ducks. Almost immediately, they came under attack from low-flying US torpedo bombs. But they were old and slow and attacked without fighter support. As they approached the Japanese fleet, they were rapidly shot down. For a brief period, it looked as though Nagumo's gamble had paid off. Then, just as his bombers had been reloaded and were ready to take on the US carriers, disaster struck. US dive bombs, approaching unseen at high altitude, hurtled down the ships. The Japanese were caught completely by surprise. Nagumo had gambled once too often and was now at the mercy of American air. Within 5 minutes, the US dive bombers had reduced 3 of Japan's largest aircraft carriers to flaming wrecks. All were later sunk. The fourth carrier, the Hiryu, had been masked by a rainstorm, and that afternoon mounted a desperate panic. The US carrier Yorktown was severely damaged. It was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine several days later. But the Japanese fight back was short. Late in the afternoon that day, the Hiryu was also hit and turned into a blazing fire. In a matter of hours, Japan's mastery of the sea had been destroyed. The attack on Midway Island had achieved nothing. But it had cost Japan its finest carriers and 332 aircraft, where over 2,000 sailors had also died. America now ruled the waves of the Pacific. Yet Japan was still undefeated on land, with a powerful threatening force in the air. In the coming months, it would try to maximize these advantages. By summer 1942, Japanese plans to build a defensive ring of occupied territories around their homeland had still not been completed. Heavy losses at sea had frustrated their attempts to grab Papua New Guinea and islands in the Central Pacific. Japanese planners now came up with a new plan. If they couldn't do it by sea, they'd do it by land. On July the 21st, a division-sized force of experienced jungle troops landed on the northern coast of Papua New Guinea. They immediately struck west to capture Port Moresby, the capital. Progress was swift at first. The small Australian defence force was completely outnumbered. Within weeks, the Japanese had captured the main pass over the Owen Stanley Mountains. They then halted to await reinforcements before the final push on Port Moresby. The Australians also mustered new forces. Japanese moved up again, they now met much stiffer resistance. For the first time, Japanese troops were up against men who matched them for training, experience, and morale. The Australians stood their ground. The Japanese were temporarily brought to a standstill. But conditions in the jungle were appalling. There was constant tropical rain. Malaria was rife. The Australians were eventually again forced to retreat. After 2 months of grim fighting, the Japanese were within 30 miles of Port Moresby. Then, finally, U.S. reinforcements arrived. Through September and October, the Japanese were, in their turn, forced back. The Japanese made a heroic but suicidal stand. Many chose to die fighting rather than surrender. It took the Allies another 2 months before the Japanese were finally overcome. It had been a bloodbath. 15,000 Japanese troops had embarked on the operation. Only 3,000 got away. The Japanese were in trouble. They'd lost at sea. They were now rapidly losing the initiative on land. American military might was asserting itself. There was only one alternative left: air power. Through the summer of 1942, Japanese engineers began building a string of airstrips across the Pacific. One was on the island of Guadalcanal, in the southern Solomon Islands. It was particularly well situated to threaten US convoys heading for Australia. It would become the focus of an epic battle. In July 1942, an amphibious force of US Marines invaded the island. They landed without resistance. The plan was to capture the half-built airstrip, complete it, and then turn it into a US base. But the Japanese were not ready to give up. That night, they sent in a naval force to land reinforcements and to attack the fleet of US ships supporting the Marines. In a dazzling display of night fighting, the Japanese cruisers sank 4 Allied warships and drove the rest out to sea. Marines were now marooned, without supplies and without much of their equipment. They dug in around the airstrip. Despite constant bombardment, using construction machinery left behind by the Japanese, they pushed ahead with the completion of the air. Two weeks later, a group of US Wildcat fighters and dauntless dive bombers flew in. They were not a moment too soon. The next day, newly arrived Japanese troops launched a series of suicidal attacks on the airstrip. Over the following months, wave after wave of fanatical troops were thrown into the battle. By the winter of 1942, the two sides had fought themselves to a standstill, both now dug in to defensive positions. Then, in December, the exhausted US Marines were replaced by fresh troops. US soldiers now began a new push on the increasingly isolated pockets of Japanese resistance. By early February 1943, the Americans had finally won control of Guadalcanal. They had now beaten the Japanese at sea and on land. They had even denied them access to the air. The Oriental Blitzkrieg had failed. The Japanese Empire now faced a foe that was still growing in strength at a rate it could never hope to match. It was the beginning of a fundamental shift in the course. As Hitler marched triumphantly across Western Europe in the early summer of 1940, his fellow dictator in Italy, Benito Mussolini, dreamt of a similar campaign further south. His dream was to build a new Roman Empire that would see Italy expand not only along the northern Mediterranean coast, but south through North Africa. He would turn the Mediterranean into Mare Nostrum, our sea. But it was a dream that would turn into a disaster. It would lead in due course to Mussolini's death and fatally overextend his German ally. At the start of the war, Italy already controlled Libya and Abyssinia, Ethiopia today. Mussolini calculated that if he could take British-controlled Egypt and Sudan, he would be able to create a huge swathe of Italian-controlled territory. It looked like an easy campaign. Italy had 10 times more troops in the region than Britain. In September 1940, Mussolini invaded Egypt, captured the small coastal town of Sidi Barrani. There, the Italians stopped and dug in. Britain gathered all available forces for a counter it. On December the 6th, 1940, they moved in across the desert. Just 4 days later, they overran the Italian defenses. Nearly 40,000 Italians were taken prisoner. It was the first time that the Italian army was in full fighting shape. The remainder of the defeated Italians retreated back across the Libyan border. The British followed in hot pursuit. In Beria Month, the Western Desert Force, as it was called, had advanced almost 600 miles across Libya. It now paused and dug in at the Libyan coastal town of El Agheila. Almost half of Italy's Libyan empire had been seized, and over 100,000 Italian troops taken prisoner. Meanwhile, to the south, British forces invaded Italian-controlled Abyssinia. The fighting lasted for nearly 12 months. The rugged terrain made communications and transport difficult. But in the end, the Italians were forced to surrender. But even as Abyssinia was being secure, Mussolini's empire building was causing problems in another part of the Mediterranean. Nearly 2 years earlier, in April 1939, as part of his plan for a new Roman Empire, Mussolini had occupied Albania. The following year, he demanded Greece become an Italian colony. When the Greeks refused, he invaded. The Greeks were outnumbered more than 2 to 1, but they swiftly turned back the Italian advance. By the beginning of March 1941, the Italians had not only been pushed out of Greece, but out of much of neighboring Albania too. Britain's Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, promised help so the Greeks could finish the job. But Britain's forces were already heavily committed elsewhere. So it was that the British units in North Africa were told to abandon their Libyan adventure and ship much of the force across the Mediterranean to Albania. As As the Italian troops were now pushed back, Mussolini's Balkan ambitions fell apart. The Italians were in deep trouble. It left Hitler with a problem. Should he divert troops from elsewhere in Europe to support his most important European ally, or should he abandon Mussolini to his fate? He decided to think. In April 1941, over 500,000 German troops swept down into Yugoslavia and Greece. For Germany, it would prove to be the beginning of a fateful entanglement with Mussolini's political dreams. But at first, all went well. The Greeks, despite British help, were unable to hold the Germans back, and in late April, the Axis forces captured the Greek capital of Athens. Some 30,000 men were evacuated to the British-controlled island of Crete. Hitler decided to flush them out. He had at his command some 22,000 parachute and glider-borne troops, backed up by 150 Stuka dive bombers. The landings began first light on day the 20th. To begin with, they focused on the main airfields. The Allied forces were overstretched. There were incessant German air attacks. The Germans soon captured the airfields and began to fly in reinforcements. The Allies were pushed back across the island. 2 weeks later, it was all over. 15,000 Allied troops had to be evacuated. A further 18,000 were taken prisoner. The Axis powers now controlled much of the Mediterranean and the critical supply routes to North Africa. It looked as though Hitler's decision to support Mussolini had paid off. He was poised to drive Britain out of the entire region. In February 1941, a junior German general arrived at the Libyan port of Tripoli. Erwin Rommel was one of the rising stars of the German army and had been chosen by Hitler as the man to rescue his Italian ally and retake North Africa for the Axis powers. The first units of his Africa Corps were soon. Some 16,000 men, over 100 tanks had been diverted from the European. The Axis forces rapidly outnumbered the British troops, depleted by the war in Greece and Crete. Rommel advanced towards the British positions at El Ahira and attacked. As the British fell back, Rommel pursued them. In a matter of weeks, the Allied soldiers had been pushed all the way back to the Egyptian border. But in the retreat, a division of Australian troops had been cut off by the Germans in the Libyan port of Tobruk. The British commander, Sir Archibald Wavell, now launched 2 successive attacks to remove them. Both were fought off by Rommel's now well-encamped troops. The Germans massively outgunned the British. Their 88mm anti-aircraft guns, when used against tanks, far outranged the British. Moreover, Rommel took advantage of the wide open landscape to drive his tanks around the British forces, outflanking them time and time again. It would become his trademark tactic. The British press, half grudgingly, half admiringly, nicknamed Rommel the Desert Fox. For Wavell, it was too much. Now exhausted, he was replaced by General Claude Auchinleck. Auchinleck came under immediate pressure to try again to relieve the Allied troops in Tobruk. But he refused until his forces had been reinforced. Then, on November the 18th, 1941, he launched a major assault. Operation Crusader, as it was called, started with a lengthy armored dogfight. Again, the British tanks suffered heavy casualties. But the infantry slowly moved forward. Finally, after a month of confused fighting, Rommel retreated. Tobruk had been relieved. The Axis units fell back along the coast, all the way to their starting point at El Ahira. Auchinleck's military command now assumed Rommel was a spent force, at least for the time being. Its units were dispersed to bases along the coast for a badly needed refit. It was a mistake. Two months later, in January 1942, Rommel's Africa Corps was back on the attack. It quickly brushed aside the forward units of a now unprepared British army. The chase along the coast of Africa began all over again. The Allies fell back towards a new defensive line just west of Tobruk. Here, a series of defensive positions, known as the Gazala line, were constructed. Rommel attacked it at the end of May 1942. Once again, he swung his armour around the British forces in a great outflanking movement and came in behind the British positions. But this time the British were prepared and tried in turn to outflank Rommel. The fighting lasted for 3 weeks, as each side tried to outmaneuver the other. Eventually, the British were forced to retreat. 3 days later, the Germans overran the Allied positions. Rommel pressed home his advantage. The British withdrawal threatened to become a rout. Finally, Auchinleck turned to face his enemy at the Egyptian village of El Alamein. His southern flank rested on the Qattara Depression, an area impassable to tanks. On July 1st, 1942, Rommel attacked again. But this time, the British defences held. Rommel, with his supply lines stretched and now seriously short of fuel, was forced to give up. Now Auchinleck attempted a counterattack. For the rest of July, the two sides pushed at each other like exhausted boxers. Churchill was furious at the lack of British progress and now visited Egypt. It was time for yet another change of leadership. Auchinleck was replaced by not one, but two generals. General Harold Alexander as Commander-in-Chief near East, and General Bernard Montgomery as Commander of 8th Army. The British and Axis forces had fought each other to a standstill. There was no clear winner, and the fate of North Africa still hung in the balance. Everything would now depend on whether the British could throttle the Axis supply routes across the Mediterranean. For the first months of World War II, the Allies had enjoyed unchallenged control of the Mediterranean Sea. Britain's oil supplies from the Middle East passed through undisturbed, and communications with the Empire in India and the Far East were secure. Italy's entry into the war changed all. Its naval fleet was modern and well equipped. The Italians now concentrated their fire on the strategically crucial British-controlled island of Malta. The island was an important refueling base for British submarines and aircraft in the eastern Mediterranean. It had become the center for Royal Navy attacks on Italian and German supply convoys to North Africa. In summer 1940, Italy bombed. It was the beginning of a 2-year assault, which would inflict terrible suffering on the island's population. Yet for all Malta's strategic significance, Britain was caught on the hop. There were no fighter aircraft on the island to beat off the attacks. Then, almost by accident, 4 Gladiator fighter biplanes were found in crates on the island. They were hastily assembled. The aircraft put up a fierce resistance. For 3 weeks, the fate of Malta remained uncertain. Then, finally, British fighter reinforcements arrived, and the Italian bombers were temporarily beaten off. But it was now obvious to the British that they had to do something if they were to keep a toehold in the region. That winter, Britain launched what it hoped would be a knockout blow against the Italian Navy. On the evening of November the 11th, 21 Swordfish torpedo bombers lifted off an aircraft carrier. They swept in on the Italian fleet, anchored in its base at Taranto. The Italians hadn't expected it. Three of Italy's 6 battleships were crippled. 4 months later, Britain struck again. The Italian fleet was again caught off guard off the coast of Greece. A 4th Italian battleship was damaged. Mussolini's challenge to the British Navy was finished. It was a turning point for Hitler, too. It was now clear that Italy could no longer be depended on to maintain control of the Mediterranean. It meant his supply lines to North Africa were at risk of being cut off. Germany decided to take a direct hand. In early 1941, the Luftwaffe bombed Malta. The island took another severe battle. Attacks continued, month after month. yet the British garrison hung on. During an interview in the German bombardment in autumn 1941, it even managed to step up its attacks on the Axis supply convoys to North Africa. Then the Luftwaffe resumed its assault. But despite the battery, the people of Malta held on. The following spring, in April 1942, they received a unique honor for the heroism they had shown in the 4 months of devastating Axis bombardment. The island was awarded the George Cross, Britain's highest award for civilian courage. But by the summer of 1942, Malta was running short of supplies and ammunition. In mid-June, the British Navy sent convoys from Gibraltar and Egypt to relieve. But the Germans were waiting. Just 2 of the 17 ships got through. The situation on the island was getting desperate. It was time for some decisive action. In August, Britain launched Operation Pedestal, the biggest convoy ever sent to Malta. 14 merchant ships entered the Mediterranean through the Straits of Gibraltar. They were accompanied by a large naval escort. Almost immediately, they ran into German opposition. For 3 days, there was a ferocious sea battle, as Axis submarines and aircraft attempted to stop and sink the convoy. Finally, on the 4th day, 5 of the British merchant ships made it. They brought with them just enough supplies to keep the island going. Malta had been rescued. It meant the Allies could continue to harass the Axis supply lines to North Africa. It was a strategic advantage that would prove crucial to future events in the region. In North Africa, Churchill's orders to his new team, Generals Alexander and Montgomery, were simple: destroy the army commanded by Field Marshal Rommel. Almost immediately, they were informed by the team that had broken Germany's Enigma code that Rommel was preparing to attack. Montgomery assumed that Desert Fox would try another of his outflanking moves and fortified the ridge of Alam Halfa, just to the southeast of El Alamein. It was, he hoped, the rock on which the Axis forces would be broken. fighting lasted for 3 days. This time, Allied ground forces were helped by air power. The RAF played havoc with the advancing German tanks. Rommel was forced to give up, and, short of fuel again, he pulled back. It was now Rommel's turn to dig in. He chose a line between the impassable sand sea of the Patara Depression and the Mediterranean coast. Great belts of minefields were covered by artillery. Rommel's Panzer divisions were held back as a mobile reserve to destroy any Allied breakthroughs. Montgomery was well aware it was a formidable battle. He also knew it was impossible to outflank. His only option was to punch his way directly through the middle of the Axis defenses. He was helped by a flood of new equipment from the United States, which included the new American Lee and Sherman tanks with 75mm guns. At last, the Allies had a weapon which could match the Germans. Finally, on the evening of October the 23rd, 1942, the British opened up an artillery bombardment on Rommel's positions. The Battle of El Alamein had begun. Under cover of the bombardment, Allied engineers moved forward to clear paths through the Axis minefields. British, Australian, New Zealand, and South African divisions fought to drive a hole through Rommel's defences. Rommel's artillery took a terrible toll. Casualties mounted on both sides. The Axis forces were harried by Allied air power. Finally, after 10 days of fighting, the Allied forces broke through. The following day, Rommel retreated. It was Germany's first major defeat at the hands of the Western powers. Churchill was triumphant.
Ah, this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning.
For 2.5 months, Montgomery chased Rommel west along the North African coast towards Tunisia. Meanwhile, an Anglo-American force had landed 1,000 miles to his rear in French North Africa. Morocco and Algeria today. It was codenamed Operation Torch. First Army was soon moving eastwards towards Tunisia. Rommel was in danger of being attacked from behind. Over the next few days, the Germans flew in tens of thousands of troops from Europe to save Rommel and shore up the German position in North Africa. Finally, in late February 1943, Rommel, reinforced, set up a new defensive line 100 miles inside Tunisia and turned to attack Montgomery's advancing forces. But Montgomery had been forewarned by the Enigma code names, and his troops were waiting as the German tanks rolled forward. British artillery broke up the assault, and the panzers were quickly held. It was Rommel's last battle in North Africa. He now returned to Germany to beg Hitler to abandon the North African campaign. But Hitler refused. It was a misjudgment. As Montgomery's 8th Army now pushed up from the south, the Anglo-American First Army squeezed in from the west. On May the 7th, US forces took the port of Bizerte. The British 7th Armour Division, the famous Desert Rats, drove into Tunis. The Allies' pincer closed, and Axis troops were trapped. 5 days later, 250,000 German and Italian soldiers surrendered. It was more than twice the number that had surrendered at Stalingrad 4 months earlier. For Germany, it was another momentous disaster. The following day, the British Regional Commander-in-Chief, General Harold Alexander, signalled Winston Churchill, "Sir, it is my duty to report that all enemy resistance has ceased. We are the masters of the North African shores." Mussolini's gamble in North Africa had taken a terrible toll on German resources. It was about to have even more serious consequences for both him and Germany. In January 1943, at a conference in the Moroccan city of Casablanca, Churchill and Roosevelt agreed to open a new front on German-dominated Europe. The obvious target was Italy, seriously weakened by its North African failures. The only question was, where should the invasion begin? Should the route go via Sardinia or Sicily? The Allied High Command chose the Sicilian, but to throw the Germans off the scent, they organized a deception. Operation Mincemeat was launched. A corpse was dropped off the shores of Spain, carrying false papers. When it was washed ashore in May 1943, papers passed to the Germans, they revealed that the Allies would pretend to attack Sicily, but that their real target was Sardinia. Enigma code breakers soon confirmed the Germans had fallen for it. Six weeks later, the British 8th Army, under Montgomery, landed in the southeast corner of Sicily. The Italian coastal troops presented few problems. Further west, the US 7th Army landed in the Gulf of Guinea. The Italian resistance was again overwhelmed. For the Italian people, the invasion of Sicily was the final humiliation. Mussolini was overthrown in a popular uprising. The new government now opened secret talks with the Allies for an armistice. For Hitler, it was another nightmare. He was now forced to pour in yet more scarce resources to protect his southern flank. He told his commanders that even if Italy surrendered, they should fight on. Within 5 weeks, the Germans had been pushed out of Sicily. The Allies now crossed to the mainland and pushed up through the country. US troops moved up the west side. British troops moved up the east. The Germans fought back savagely all the way. Even so, Naples fell to the Allies on October the 1st, 1943. But then their progress was slowed by autumn rains and skillful German rearguard attacks. It was not until the end of November that Allied forces finally reached the Gustav Line, the first of a series of German defensive positions cutting across Italy. The British troops managed to break through at the eastern end of the line, but winter was setting in, and bad weather forced them to halt. Nevertheless, in the west, US forces attempted to outflank the German defenses by taking to the sea. They landed on January 22nd, 1944, 60 miles to the north of the point of Anzio. But here, amidst fierce fighting, they were pinned down and nearly driven back into the sea. The Americans remained trapped at Anzio the rest of the winter and into the spring. Meanwhile, in the center of Italy, the key to breaking the Gustav Line was the towering Monte Cassino mountain complex. As spring came, there was a series of attempts to capture it. Each assault failed. In desperation, the Allies bombed the historic monastery on the summit. But the Germans hung on. Finally, in late spring 1944, as the weather improved, the Allied forces broke through the German lines. Simultaneously, the Americans broke out of Anzio. The Allied forces now moved swiftly north to Rome. The Italian capital was liberated on June 4th, 1944. For Hitler, it was another blow. He was now hanging on to Italy by the strings. The Allies continued to push north. The German defenders finally fell back to the formidable Gothic line, just north of Florence. Here, bad weather again brought the Allied advance to a halt. It wouldn't be until the spring of 1945 that the campaign could resume, and Italy was finally won. By then, the Italians had had enough of Mussolini. He was captured by Italian partisan forces and shot. His corpse was hung by its heels. Mussolini's war had been a catastrophe for himself and his country. It had also left the German southern flank dangerously exposed. The German army was now overcommitted, short of troops, and retreating on all fronts.
Stalingrad. German forces encircled in the city sent their final message through the ruins of a former tractor factory and surrendered, ending the bloody struggle for the Volga metropolis. The German Sixth Army, of which Adolf Hitler once said could storm the heavens, was no more. Defeat at Stalingrad marked the psychological turning point of the Second World War. But just 12 months earlier, soldiers of the Wehrmacht were eagerly awaiting the return of the new campaign season, confident that they would finally defeat Stalin's forces and return home victorious. What follows is a day-by-day account of the battle as told by the men who fought it, their experiences documented in never-before-heard letters written on the front line. It's through their words that we will experience the horrors of Stalingrad. By the spring of 1942, German troops had been in Russia for nearly a year. Since the launch of Operation Barbarossa in June 1941, they had advanced deep into the USSR, capturing and killing nearly 3 million Soviet soldiers. But their key objectives, the destruction of the Red Army and the capture of Moscow, remained out of reach, and the Soviet Union remained in the war. The German troops tasked with defeating Stalin's forces failure hung heavy. But as winter turned to spring, optimism amongst the men started to return.
Thank goodness we are through with winter now. It's still cold at night, but otherwise it's nice, and the snow has almost completely disappeared. If you don't get another period of rain, the earth will soon be dry, and I think the offensive will start soon. All the signs point to that. Replacements are on the way, weapons and everything is rolling forwards. Well, the Russians will be in for a surprise. Until then, we'll hold off for a few more weeks.
After the setbacks of the winter of 1941, Hitler ordered a change of strategy. Moscow would no longer be the immediate focus. Instead, he would push south to destroy the Soviet troop concentrations forward of the Don and capture the resource-rich oil fields of the Caucasus in a move that Hitler hoped would bring about the complete collapse of the Soviet war effort. German forces were, as a stepping stone, to eliminate the crucial armaments and transport hub on the Volga, the industrial city of Stalingrad. Scheduled for early summer, the campaign was codenamed Karl Blatt. Despite Hitler's confidence, there were many within the German armed forces who knew that the upcoming campaign would not be an easy one.
The Russian is far from being easy. My estimate is that the Russian can still produce 600 to 800 tanks per month. And in addition to that, there's all the equipment that the Americans are shipping in via Murmansk and Archangelsk. I'm of the opinion that we in Germany are probably producing 200 to 300 tanks per month. Of those good partners going to Africa, they will face whatever the English and Americans can produce. What will be victorious? Will it be spirit, moral, skill? Or will it be the mass of their industrial output and resources? We'll see the result of that very soon, probably already next year. If the latter wins, it's over for us.
Army Group South, under Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, was given the task of conducting the actual summer offensive. Initially, the northern wing of the Army Group was to capture the large city of Voronezh on the Don. Then advance southwards along the Don and encircle enemy forces, in cooperation with the second advance from the Kharkov area. In the third part of the operation, an advance to the Balkan was to be made towards Stalingrad, in order to neutralize it, or at least bring it within range of German artillery, denying the Soviets a vital supply line. The final phase of the operation envisaged an advance southwards across the Don to conquer the Caucasian oil fields near Maikop and Grozny, as well as back on the Caspian Sea. Much to the dismay of some German soldiers, they would be joined by men of other Axis nations, Hungary, Italy, and Romania.
The Italians are generally useless, stinking lazy at work and have a big mouth. Everywhere they go, they suffer one defeat after another. The Germans then have the honor of reconquering the lost territories. They are people with a big mouth and nothing behind it. It's exactly the same as the Romanians.
The Romanian rankers hit a monthly pay of 1 mark. Yes, 1 whole mark. Their families and relatives at home get no support at all. The Romanian superiors may beat and flog their men. The officers are supplied by their own kids, as are the NCOs. The enlisted men get an inedible gruel cooked together from what the officers and NCOs thought was eat. But all that has improved somewhat now that they regularly receive German rations.
Trial began on the 28th of June, with the 4th Panzer Army and the Allied Hungarian Second Army advancing from the Kursk area towards the Don. Meeting little Soviet resistance, German forces made good progress. By day 2 of the campaign, had covered half the distance to their target, the Don at Voronezh. The plan originally called for the 4th Panzer Army to link up with the 6th Army and form the first pocket of the campaign. On the 4th of July, the two pincers met at Stary Ostrov. But the encirclement was weak, and the bulk of Soviet forces managed to escape before the net was closed. The Soviets' use of tactical retreat infuriated Hitler and made the first main objective of the offensive, the destruction of the Soviet troops in front of the Don, impossible to achieve. Realizing that the Red Army would not meet in an open battle, Hitler told Fedor von Bock that the advance should continue so as not to risk delaying the capture of the industrial city of Voronezh. In response, the 4th Panzer Army began its advance southwards towards the Don to capture the city. Voronezh fell to German forces on the 7th of July, after they had covered a distance of nearly 300 kilometers in just 9 days.
The tanks there must be very far away by now. You can no longer hear or see them. Last year it was different. Hopefully this year everything will work out so that we can finally get out of this bloody stick in Russia. I'm really fed up. It's nice to get to know the dirty side of life, but we've got so used to it that we don't even notice it anymore, and we find a lot of things acceptable that we would otherwise deeply despise. And that is dangerous. How gladly I sacrificed my young years to our great and just cause. But in Russia, you not only lose time, you also become stupid. And that is much worse.
On the 9th of July, the 1st Panzer Army and the 17th Army launched an attack on the Soviet southern flank between Izul and Taganrog. The two large German formations advanced as a sudden pincer across the Donets towards the Great Don then, and together with the northern pincers of the 6th Army and the Panzer Army, encircled the Red Army formations between the Don and the Donets. But again, the Soviet troops retreated faster than the Germans could follow. Counterattack.
Als het om het bewaken van je tuin gaat, is er de moeilijke manier of de Gardena manier. Gardena, dat is pas slim.
Hey man, hoe pauze nodig?
Gemaakt voor mannen, 100% discreet. Beschermd als thema.
monsters. Minions en monsters. Nu alleen in de bioscoop.
Wat als ik me net vast kan houden? Maak het moment goud. Geef een X-simulator in. Goudwisselkantoor. Ja, deze pizza wil heel Nederland hebben. Maak een proefrit in de winkel, bij jou in de buurt. Vind snel een proef die bij jou past en neem hem direct mee naar huis. Soms voelt iets gewoon onmogelijk. Totdat het wel lukt. Met die overtuiging wekken we bij Vattenfall fossielvrije stroom op uit wind en zon. Vattenfall, er is altijd een weg.
hier. Bestel de iPhone 17 Pro nu met extra veel voordeel. Ga snel naar odido.nl. Tot zo.
Aliens and monsters. Nu alleen in de bioscoop.
Ontdek avonturen vol vriendschap. Stap in een wereld vol avontuur in Disney Adventure World in Disneyland Parijs. Boek nu je zomer- of herfstvakantie.
There is a good band of artists, you soon, and there are a number of finds we don't tell them they're really good.
one rock show countdown, right?
Altijd, overal.
All those in favor of storming this cove and taking this ship. Stop, but stop! The moment to enter the grand prize war. I am coming soon.
Black Flag Precinct. Available on July 9th.
Crash it. It's not suspense. Uncovers evidence. Foreshadows danger. I guess I'll go and try and find a ladder.
Ga je ook kamperen? Stop! Bij ANWB hebben we alles voor een relaxe vakantie. ANWB en gaan!
Meteen doen deals bij Sigio. Dat betekent hoge kortingen op zijn abonnementen. Koop nu jouw nieuwe bundel met heel veel gigabyte en belminuten voor een scherpe prijs. Meteen doen! Kijk snel op sigio.nl.
I heard it on my way.
Jouw missie? Heldhaftige avonturen beleven. Stap in een wereld vol avontuur in Disney Adventure World. En is het dan Parijs? Boek nu je zomer- of herfstvakantie. Take myself, take my soul. In the night, no control. Do you want something crazy? Wearing white as you walking down the street. I'm my soul. I live among the creatures of the night. I love and walk the wheels and try and fight against them tomorrow. For I guess I just believe in tomorrow. Because I say life, I'm living in the forest of the breeze. I know the night is not my secret. I must believe in something, so I'll make myself believe it. This time I'll never go. On the night is my world. City light, make me burn. In the day, nothing but it's a night, time is not. I live among the creatures of the night. I haven't got the will to try and fight against them tomorrow. So I guess I'll just believe in tomorrow. Never know. I say life, I'm living in the forest of the breeze. I know the light is not my secret. I must believe in something, so I'll make myself believe it. This time I'll never go. You take Probeert het echt. Een bruine rijst terwijl de rest frietjes eet. Dan calorieën tellen. Maar voor sommige mensen is afvallen gewoon lastiger. Misschien is het tijd voor een andere aanpak. Met Wellness werken gewichtsverlies onder medische begeleiding. Online, gewoon vanuit huis. Wellness. Minder strijd, meer resultaat.
stijgende prijzen kan het voelen alsof de zomer op pauze komt te staan. Daarom komen we, met hulp van de overheid, met Nederland talvrij. Zo reis je deze zomer onbeperkt in de daluren voor maar 49 euro per maand. Voel je vrij met Nederland talvrij.
De hele nacht slapen zoals je nog nooit hebt gedaan. Niet te warm, niet te koud en de perfecte ondersteuning. Designed voor de slaap van je droom. Designed for life. Alpine. Kijk op alpine.nl.
Soms voelen we ons schuldig. We kunnen maar zoveel doen. Dat is waarom steeds meer diereigenaren vertrouwen op Hils. Een wetenschappelijk bewezen voeding om meer liefde te geven dan je je kunt voorstellen. Omdat je ook gewoon maar een mens bent, is er Hils. Wetenschap geeft meer.
Scoren doe je met Evans. Met private en zakelijke leasedeals van Evans rijd je door vanaf €269 per maand. Kies snel uit onze winnende selectie en vind een auto die bij je past. Score op evans.com. Evans. Better with every move.
Volg je natuur. Centerparks.
roundabout. Thinking what I like and acting what I please. Available on July 9th.
Wonder is Photoshop voor de top 10 best verkochte fietsen. Tijdelijk extra lage prijs.
goed is.
Oh!
Plus Interpolis Elektra-keuring is. Minder kans op brand. Laat je Elektra checken. Dan kun jij lekker door met ondernemen. Interpolis. Glashelder.
Great, no?
Action kun je kleine prijzen voor grote barbecueplannen. Van servies tot barbecue en snacks en dat voor de allerlaagste prijs. Action, kleine prijzen, grote glimlach.
Vandaag al slimmer en minder stroom verbruiken. Laat je auto op met zelf opgewekte stroom. Elke stap maakt verschil. En eco-verlicht.
Deze dingen wel over jou. 1. Want halverwege het jaar gaan er allerlei nieuwe wetten, regels, coasten, wetten nieuwe aan. Gaat om, ben je niet een jaar ouder, ga je van 14,71 naar 14,99. En uitkeringen zoals de AOW, bijstand en BAJO stijgen. Maar je bent al extra geld, pak je op als je daar komt. Dan ga je hier betalen. Van er uitwinning, niet meteen in paniek raken, maar dat geld is weer een soort. Wil je 2 t-shirts kopen, dan betaal je €3. Maar wil je er een kleerhanger bij? En ongebruikte telefoontjes ook nog een energie contract, een telefoonabonnement. Dat is nu verleden tijd. Die bedrijven mogen je niet meer bellen, tenzij je toestemming wordt gegeven. En wil je een sociale huurwoning, dan staat op 1 jaar reserve. Je mag maximaal 4,1% zijn. Weet je wat nog meer gaat veranderen? Check dan even wat gaat er gebeuren? Wat gaat er gebeuren met immigratie in Iranië? Deze werkt bij de stad Isfahan. Je weet wel, die heeft werk bij de stad is, zou die ook het grootste deel van de Jordanië hebben gestopt. Je weet wel.
Zomerdeal. Nu tot 50% korting op alarmplaatsing. Ga naar marysure.nl. We hebben 500 producten in prijs verlaagd. Ontdek ze nu bij ons in de winkel. Şimdi şarkı söylediğin o gece var ya, ben gaza gelip romanımı taslağını yayın evine gönderdim ve kabul ettiler. Yarın görüşmeye çağırıyorlar. Hala inanamıyorum. Önemli bir şey. Sonra bakalım. Kızlar, benim size söylemem gereken çok önemli bir konu var. Hani İstanbul'da bir yer vardı ya, bir restoranda eve gidiyordum. Yarın oraya görmeye gidiyorum. Bir şey söyleyeceğim. Bu adamı hepimiz eve gelecek diyordun ya. Gerçekten de öyle oldu. O zaman yarın dönüyoruz. Ben kalıyorum. Nasıl yani? Niye? Kızlar, benim bu yolculuğu tek başıma tamamlamam gerekiyor. O zaman bize korkmadan devam etmeye. Sessiz. Burada kalır mı? Yoksa gider mi? Alo, ben teklif kabul ediyorum. Teşekkürler, görüşürüz. Je hebt espresso-machines. En dan heb je espresso voor Daan, latte voor Marit en plots heb het helemaal niet meer over het boek. Espresso-machines. De volautomatische espresso-machine van KitchenAid. Nu met warme en koude koffiedranken van barista kwaliteit.
Kijk, de oprichters van Specsavers, die hadden een visie. Iedereen moet goed kunnen horen. Wat zegt u? Maar ja, een hoortoestel kan zo'n paar duizend euro kosten. Ja, dat is zeker, hè? Dat is maatregel, hoor je dan. Dat kost geld. En daarom hebben we onze eigen merk ontwikkeld. Als Vlaams. Die wordt ook helemaal op maat gemaakt en nou nieuw mensen afgezet. Maar het is toch heel betaalbaar. We noemen dat maatwerk voor iedereen. Wat dat kost? 0 euro. 0 euro? Ja, dat hoort goed, ja. Iedereen goed horen. Daar zorgen we voor. Specsavers.
Hmm.